Yes, I'm Pablo Echeverri. I belong to Entornos Educativos, which is the Argentinian Moodle partner. We have been a Moodle partner almost since our beginnings, 15 years ago. We became a Moodle partner just 1 year after we were founded, and the main reason was to begin supporting the growth of Moodle and having the support of HQ to our work. That support was expressed in terms of technical, commercial, and financial ones. So that's the whole reason. As a Moodle partner, we have been working with the best in terms of having access to first-hand support from the Moodle HQ. That has been really supportive in these 15 years. And also, we have had the kind of obligation to keep up on a standardized level of quality, because being a Moodle partner sometimes is really a hard work for us. We have to keep up with a certain level of service, a certain level of quality, in not only in the services we provide, but also in the commercial and support we do to our customers. That's why Entornos has been growing, has been steadily growing, not only in the amounts of the customers served, but also in the quality of the services. We are certified in several instances, and we keep on renewing our compromise on the partnership program every year.
My name is Brian. I'm from eThink, and we are one of the premier Moodle service providers in the United States. It's very good right now. We've seen an explosion of growth, both in, we'd like to say the corporate market is pro-ed, which is a combination of government, nonprofits, and companies that use Moodle to address the needs of any of those. Moodle works very well because it is open source in all of those different need sets, because it's flexible and can be configured to meet the needs of any of those. Companies are concerned about retention, retaining employees. How do you nurture your employees to get them to stay in your organization, but also to become more productive? And there's a skill gap, I think we all know that. Moodle itself is being used to build internal e-learning ecosystems that are used to build culture for companies, nurture their employees, and make sure those employees are happy and want to stay and are very productive in the long term for the companies. Absolutely. I'd say that it's changing rapidly right now, and I think it's going to change even more so over the next couple of years. I think the reason for that is there's a massive skill gap from the higher ed to workplace. When you come in, many times you don't have the skills you need to be successful. So pro-ed organizations, corporations especially, are using systems like Moodle to help fill that skill gap by deeply integrating the product to content repositories, such as you see from Lynda or companies like Go1, where Moodle has strong integrations. They're using that, tracking that in order to address that need. I think the game changer right now is the explosion of new products that integrate into the e-learning ecosystem. Moodle lends itself very well to integrations because it is open source, and I think there's a lot more companies out there that are coming onto the scene offering very interesting solutions for problems that corporations are seeing in the States right now.
Facing change in the workplace? Here we are, to empower your team with specific learning experiences.
Hi, my name is Yasmin from Moodle, and I want to tell you in under 1 minute just how easy it is to try out our amazing Moodle plugin, so hold on tight. First, log in using the teacher username and password. Then log in as the teacher by clicking Login. Once you have logged in, click on the demo course, then click Turn Editing On at the top of the course page. You'll now see the option to click on Add an activity or resource at the bottom of the course page. Once you have clicked on this, choose the assignment activity. Type in an assignment name, and then, this is where the magic begins, click on the Moodle button. Here you can upload a video, record your webcam, your screen, or even check out who's watched your videos and how engaged they were with them. Once you've gone through the process of adding your media contents, make sure you select video assignment as one of your submission types. That way, when you log back in using the student username and password, you'll be able to use Moodle to submit a video assignment as well. Moodle can also be used to add video via its own activity or anywhere where the text editor appears in Moodle. So there you go. As promised, that's how you use Moodle's amazing Moodle plugin in under a minute. This is just a small part of what Moodle does, so if you want to learn more, just need some more help getting started, connect with us at www.moodle.com/Moodle.
My name's Seb Francis and I am the co-founder and director of Titus Learning, one of the Moodle certified premium partners. The company is a Moodle partner, so we offer a whole range of Moodle services. I always like to describe it if you can put Moodle before it and then any word thereafter, whether that's training, support, hosting, maintenance, development, content and everything else. So for us, corporate market, we work a lot in the UK, but in about 30 countries globally as well. So whether that be Germany, France, Spain, and other areas in Europe. Really, I'd say buoyant at the moment, and I think there's a massive improvement in terms of the level of people inquiring to us and looking for further professional development, both formal regulatory training and also more informal training and professional development. For us, I think the trends are a lot around personalisation of learning and gamification of learning as well. So, as I mentioned with the informal piece of learning, people want to learn when it works for them, how it works for them, whether that be on different devices or in different places. So the personalisation side is massive. Also a lot around analytics, I think. So understanding, is the training actually working, as opposed to just doing it for the sake of doing it. The game changer, I think what the game changers are a lot around the client and the company working well together. So not to take away from anything that Moodle does, but we often say that about 80% of the features of LMSs is going to be similar. So working with a company that understands you, can configure the platform, and more importantly support you in the long run is a big game changer. Also content and having readily available content to save the users time and get stuff out there to their staff and employees.
My name is Jonathan Moore. I'm a co-founder at My Learning Consultants. Our focus is in the name. So we take an advisory consulting approach with our clients. We like to say we start with a blank sheet of paper and find out what the goals are for the organization for their program and what budget they have in mind. And then we bring in the knowledge of best practices, both technically and pedagogically. And we synthesize those three elements into a custom plan for the client. I had been a shareholder in one of the first Moodle partners, and so we had a lot of familiarity with the program, and we got to a point where we were ready to grow our consulting business, and so we felt that was the best way to achieve that. It has. We immediately, the first week after the announcement of the partnership, we started receiving leads from Moodle HQ, and they were well qualified and a good match for the services that we offered. And I think year over year, we're about 5 times larger in revenue since becoming a partner. we've been involved, even though we're a new partner, we've been involved in that ecosystem and worked with Moodle HQ for a long time. And this time around, we're seeing a lot more support and active involvement in terms of helping to develop sales and just the engineering side and the knowledge to support. The open source nature of Moodle is really important to the way that we interact with clients. It's what lets us take that blank piece of paper approach, is because we're very confident that whatever the client would want to do, we can stand on the shoulders of Moodle, leverage. There's 1,600 plugins available from the community. We can use that to achieve what they want to achieve. And then if there's some little gap after that, the system is designed in such a way that it's easy to improve it, to make it, say, the difference between a piece of clothing that you'd buy off the rack versus a tailored suit. What we try to convey to our clients is the depth of expertise that we bring to the table. So we can do the heavy lifting for them, and so they can take their ideas and implement them within a reasonable budget and in a healthy ecosystem that you've got the base system, and those costs are a lot being funded by this community of people that are all working together towards some similar goals. But with the flexibility of open source, then they can put that little extra special thing that's particular to their organization.
My name is Brian. I'm from eThink, and we are one of the premier Moodle service providers in the United States. It's very good right now. We've seen an explosion of growth, both in, we'd like to say the corporate market is pro-ed, which is a combination of government, nonprofits, and companies that use Moodle to address the needs of any of those. Moodle works very well because it is open source in all of those different need sets, because it's flexible and can be configured to meet the needs of any of those.
Hi, I'm Fred Dichter for Big Blue Button, the open source web conferencing system for online learning. Welcome to the Moodle Mood. You will be using Big Blue Button for some of the sessions, which makes us very happy. What is different about Big Blue Button than maybe any other web conferencing system you've used? It's because we focus on one market, which is online learning. And you can see if you look at the downloads of the Big Blue Button BN plugin, which I think is about 16,000 sites now are using it. We're the third most popular plugin on Moodle.org. And we have pretty much all the capabilities you're looking for in a standard web conferencing system.
Yeah. Can anyone hear Chris at all? Chris, I think you're muted. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, I'll go for it. Good morning, everyone. It's 8:30 a.m. in the UK here. My name is Stuart Moore, and I'm from Titus, and we're going to be talking about Global Goals Education, which was a project for creating an engaging Moodle site for 6 to 16-year-olds. As said, I work with a fantastic team at Titus. They're a Moodle Premium Certified Services Provider and partner. So today we're going to be looking at Global Goals Education and their Moodle site. What you can see here is the page that you get once you log in. They don't use a standard Moodle dashboard or front page at all. You can see I've got the Global Goals curriculum as kind of the first link. The second one is the course that I'm enrolled on personally, which is the Global Curriculum, and then some information for teachers and some information about the site. They've got really strong branding, and they don't use any of the kind of standard Moodle stuff, Moodle front pages or a Moodle dashboard. It does change when I have more than one course, but for the majority of learners, they're signed in and they just have a single course for 2 years. As well as the learners, the site also has to work for teachers from around the globe, but I'll talk more about that later. So Global Goals uses a blended learning approach. They have the materials online, then they have classroom-based activities and projects, and online submission, so activities that the students can do online. And they need something much more visually appealing than a standard Moodle, and also more intuitive to use than a standard Moodle. And they've divided things into kind of 14 to 16-year-olds and then younger learners. Today we are going to focus on more of the older learners stuff because the materials are kind of more well developed and it has more of the same Moodle concepts than the stuff that's for the younger learners. The teachers that are coming in from around the globe to use Global Goals Education, they might not have time to use Moodle as well. So it has to include the teachers who are kind of facilitating the classes. So here I am in the course I'm taking, Global Citizenship. As you can see, it's got a large colourful header. Topics of study as the navigation on the left-hand side. Hopefully you can tell that I've clicked those topics of study and it's opened it in the right-hand side where the content is. It is slightly different, as said, for the younger learners, but I'm going to focus on this one, which has got more of the interesting feature of Moodle. The younger learners is more stripped down and doesn't have kind of navigation at all. So in Global Goals Education, they had quite a specific pedagogical design, and what they were doing was, because of the blended learning approach, they might create a Moodle page, which could actually be a quiz that the students would do themselves. And then they could have a forum that would actually count as their assessment, because that's where the answers might be submitted. And what they didn't want was the kind of technology behind the scenes, the fact that something is a forum, something is a quiz, is displayed to the students at all. In fact, only now, what you can see is on the left-hand side, I think it's an H5P activity, and then on the right is a video. But the solution was to use activity cards, which is something we've used before quite a lot in projects. So technically, how do you create these? Well, to enable a teacher to have metadata, which is card images, the time an act might take to do, and anything else you might use. We used the local metadata plugin by Mike Churchwood. The local metadata plugin allowed us to add additional fields to every single module in the entire of Moodle, and that's something that's really difficult to do. So it's a great plugin. We extended it to add specific elements that GG wanted. So checkboxes, drop-downs are built in, but we needed to build an extension for file uploads that lets us as images. So that's the local metadata plugin and setting it up as an administrator. But then when I actually go into my module, what do I see? So as a teacher, when I'm creating or editing any module, I've got kind of the left-hand side about the name of the assignment and the description. And on the right-hand side there, there's a box that says resource image, and I can just simply drop This is kind of a more complex example of how metadata can be used. In fact, it's odds we did for another project that have a bit more information than the global goals cards. So for this one, we set up metadata about the image, metadata about the content type. So the content type for both of these cards you can see underneath was video. It's kind of mimicking the concept I showed in the last slide, where this might be an H5P activity and this might be an embedded YouTube video to the students. They're both videos, so the organisation wants to classify them both as videos, and using the local metadata lets us do that. Metadata level, so that was beginner or advanced for each of these, and that local time is how much time the activity takes to do. So on the left, it's 5 minutes, and on the right, 60 minutes. So that's an example of using the metadata plugin with quite a lot of metadata and creating cards with that. Here is the structure side of it. So as well as the cards, we like to use labels to divide the content up. In this example, which is from Avard, there's some fantastic SV images from my design colleagues there. Activities are divided up in areas of study, this, and apply. And it makes a clear divide and a really nice layout that's very easy to use. And then context. So GG lads like to content to each topic on the page. They don't have kind of blank page with a section with an activity called introduction that you have to read and then go back to. They just show the content on the page that you're looking at, and I think that's a really, really good way of doing things. And have kind of a PDF called Introduction to the Course, that it's just the content is always there on the page, and it makes it feel more like a website and more like a Moodle site. I don't want to have to go and do that extra click to read the introduction and then go back to each topic again. I think it's a really nice approach. So yeah, that's talking about the content section on the right-hand side, but we've also got this important hand-side navigation. So yeah, this part of the Global Goals course page is the navigation. Displays one book at a time. Your custom left-hand navigation, which is a combination of both the theme and a font. Global Goals Education also wanted sub-chapters or topics that live in other topics. We wanted to create an easy way for the Global Goals teachers to manage that. So, go back one again, sorry. Hopefully you can see a link here that says Manage Sections, and when I click on that, I get this Moodle to manage sections. And within the Moodle, I can indent sections. So you can see here that sustainabilities, and this is a subsection, are inside of the top level topic, no poverty and zero hunger. And it also lets you kind of move things up and down, hide and show them and delete them. And this is a really simple way for tutors to create structures for courses and see what it looks like without kind of, and it's much easier to use than dragging and dropping. I don't know if anybody's kind of used drag and drop on a course that has kind of more than about 3 sections. It just kind of becomes unmanageable. So this got rid of all that and made it, and it's actually much easier to use. So yeah, let's compare GGE. This is the Global Goals site with the custom format on it, the custom theme applied to it. And then let's have a look at that exact same thing. Looks like in Moodle as standard out of the box. Obviously, it's a totally different experience for the learner. GG wanted something that was very modern, very fresh, very visual, but at the same time uncluttered and easy to use. And I think we've managed most of that in the theme. I'm very pleased with it so far. Now I'm going to have a go at doing a live demo. So this could all go wrong, but I'm going to try and screen share and show you some things from the teacher's perspective. Give me a second. How's that? Can everyone see that okay? Oh, there you go. So here I am in my GG, this is my sandbox site, but it's using GG format and the GG theme on it. If I go into my global citizenship course, this is what I'd see as an editor. I don't have to turn editing on, because it just shows me the things I can edit on the screen. And here I've kind of got my sections set up. So there's learn, practice and apply. And I'm very quickly going to add some activities. The simplest one to add is page, so I'll try that. Clicked on the activity chooser. I know that kind of Moodle have updated the activity chooser as well recently to be more like this, so that's a really good enhancement, I think. Here I am on my page. I'm going to, there's 2 questions, there's 2 sections. On the left-hand side is the information I need to fill in to save, and the right-hand side is the kind of information I might not really need, but let's just page. Add some content here. This is my page. And then here's where we add the resource image. So let's just drop an image in. Okay, and let's see how that looks. Okay, let's scroll down. Okay, there it is. Great. And I can see it's to do because I haven't done that. I can move it where I want. So if I click move, this is very different from standard Moodle. You can see these big drop areas for where I can move things. So I clicked on the arrow to move it. So I just move that one here and then it's moved. If I wanted to move lots of items, I can click that one, and then I'm going to click this one as well. And then I'm going to click that one as well. And hopefully you can see in the bottom here that I'm moving 3 objects. So I can move them all within this section. Well, what I could actually do is, if you have a look at this table of contents, the navigation, if I go into a completely different topic, so Let's go into Stuart's test topic. I can actually move them all here, and it moves them all there. And that just seemed much simpler than the kind of dragging and dropping, which seems problematic for quite a lot of people. And I'm going to stop there, I think, if that's okay. Cool. I'll skip to the last lot of slides because there's some slides in here, isn't there, as well? Oh yeah, so if you've got any interesting projects that you think Titus would like to help with, obviously you can get in touch with us at hello@tituslearning.com, also on Twitter and things. We have got a stall in the global meet, and I've been told by Callum that we have prizes and giveaways, so you should visit the stall and you can win some nice things. Thanks very much.
That sounds good, Stuart. I'm not sure if people can still hear me or not at this stage, but
I can hear you, Chris. Now I couldn't before.
Oh, that's good, because I was saying a great pitch for you, and I was telling everyone about Titus Learning and Premium Partner and how much we value all the great things you guys are doing. So it's always good to have the gurus on the stage here or in our screens, showing us how to do things that, for me, I find it quite mind-blowing what you do. But there you go. So I'm just going to check with the forums and see if there's any questions coming through. I've got my healthy and helpful assistant, Kelly, just scrolling through and seeing if there's anything out there. No questions is the answer I'm getting back. I think you've blinded them with science, Stuart, to tell you the truth. But
I hope not. I hope anybody can go away and, most of these plugins are open source. You can go there and you can grab stuff and you can start building, and that's what Moodle's about. We can expand it and customize it to make it fit exactly what we need it to do.
Exactly, but it will take me all day and it takes you 5 minutes, and that's the beauty of coming to see.
It's crafted. 5 minutes.
Okay, well, something like that. All right, everyone. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this session. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back at 4 o'clock. What time is it going to be? It's going to be 10 o'clock. We'll see you all back at 10 o'clock, Barcelona time. And have a nice little break, and we'll see you soon. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Chris. Really appreciate it.
We're open source specialists. That's where we've built our business. We've been in business for about 25 years. We've got offices in New Zealand, where the headquarters are, Australia, and the UK. So we've been a Moodle partner since around 2003. We came in the early days of Moodle, and it's been great. We helped a tertiary organisation in New Zealand, a higher education organisation in New Zealand, to review the open source learning management systems that were on the market, and that brought us into the Moodle world, and ever since then we've been actively involved in the Moodle network.
Yeah, sure. My name's Dean Saunders, and I'm the CEO and founder of eCreators. So we're an Australian-based Moodle partner, one of 3, I believe, in the region now, and have been for about 7 years. So we started off firstly as a content company. So we were building a lot of e-learning courses right across Australia and the world, and then we had a demand for an LMS. We've always had a bit of a soft spot for not-for-profits as well, so we slot very well into the NGO space. We sought out Moodle simply because it was a cost-effective way to deliver a whole end-to-end solution for our customers. Again, mainly in not-for-profit or small business and medium enterprises. So it made sense. We were able to not only provide our customers with a low-cost alternative, but also it enabled us to step into another worthy cause, or a cause that we thought very worthy in the Moodle community as well too. So being able to give back to that community and not to the corporate giant was really, really important to us. Moodle's obviously had a big following since, the early releases, since about, sort of 2000, 2001, thereabouts, and that's propagated more and more. One of the things that we wanted to do was bring a product that was traditionally designed for the education world into the corporate world. So to give small businesses a voice or an option to become a learning organisation. For the most part, there weren't too many options around in the early 2000s or even the late 2000s. All you could really do was hope you could afford one day an enterprise type system. So we found that using the Moodle environment gave our customers the option to become that learning organisation. So a real sort of win-win effect for Moodle, for us as a partner, and certainly for our end users being our customers. We started very small. Funny enough, our first customer was a global defence organisation. So how it came to be is a bit of a mystery, but this global organisation came to us and asked us if we can deploy an instance with some customizations. That organisation had about 10,000 users. And as of today, we service over 3 million users globally. So 3 million learners get the benefit of not only our content, but also obviously the ability to use the Moodle platform as their core LMS. So we're really proud that that's such a wide spread from a little company down in the south of Australia.
Welcome back, viewers. We're kicked off day 5 of the 2020 Global Online Moodle Moot. You're in the education room, and this next session is going to be a real pearler. We've got the guys from La Trobe University here. I've got Stuart James, Aaron McDonald, and Heath McGowan, and they're going to be talking to us a little bit about the implementation of H5P to promote learning and improve student perception in an online anatomy subject. So I'll hand it over to you, Stuart. And if there's any questions, guys, please put them in the forum so these guys will have a bit of time at the end to give you some answers. Over to you, Stuart. Cheers.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Chris. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are in the world today. We're thrilled to be here at Moodle Moot Global to talk about how we implemented H5P using Moodle into an online anatomy subject to improve student perception and promote active learning. So a little bit about ourselves before we begin. So as Chris said, my name's Stuart James. I'm an associate lecturer at La Trobe University in Melbourne, Australia. I've got over 8 years of face-to-face teaching experience in anatomy and physiology. And I've had 3 years of experience in fully online teaching in anatomy and physiology as well. And that experience in online teaching has given me a real passion for innovative teaching technologies and software to help promote student engagement and success. And hence my learning and teaching research has started to focus in on that area.
Hi, I'm Aaron McDonald. I'm a lecturer in anatomy as well, and I've been teaching for over 15 years. And I teach a range of health students, as from physiotherapy to speech therapy, podiatry. My research used to be in skeletal development and repair, but now over the last few years, I've been looking really into the learning and teaching, specifically blended learning, assessments, and obviously some online learning as well.
And finally, I'm Heath. I'm an associate lecturer in anatomy. I've got over 10 years of teaching in anatomy, focusing on the transition of first and second year subjects to online and blended formats. Current research is introducing digital technology such as augmented reality and virtual reality into various anatomy curricula.
Okay, so you probably would have noticed in the title that we mentioned promoting active learning using H5P. And I just want to give you some information in case you're unaware about what we mean by active learning. So active learning is a student-centered approach to learning where we put the students at the center of their own learning. So they learn through inquiry, teamwork and collaboration, problem solving by themselves and with their peers and teachers, and interaction with their learning material. You can kind of think about it as giving students information and then asking them about it and getting them to ask questions about it, rather than simply telling them information and hoping they can recite it later. And active learning has been shown to increase student performance in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics when compared to the more traditional didactic model of learning. Now, we're all anatomy teachers, and there may be some anatomy teachers tuning in. And anatomy is a subject that requires a very high degree of visuospatial learning to reinforce anatomical structures and relationships. So when teaching anatomy fully online, it's hard to take advantage of, or we can't utilize things like anatomical models and cadavers and the things that we can use in face-to-face anatomy teaching. And this is evidenced in the fact that it's been shown that fully online anatomy subjects are actually perceived less favorably than on-campus anatomy subjects. And hence, we wanted to try to introduce more active learning in our online anatomy.
Okay, so the subject we worked on is called HBS 102. It's Human Biosciences B. It's an introduction to human anatomy. It's a wholly online subject, but it was adapted from an on-campus blended learning model. There's no face-to-face classes, which has removed all the teamwork and most of the aspects of problem solving. So there's very little opportunity for any active learning. Looking at the 3 components of this online model, we have an asynchronous learning, the objects, our objective content. Our learning objectives are embedded into videos, diagrams, and readings. The problem is that these are static assets. There's no interactivity, and there's no real-time self-assessment. So it's really challenging to measure whether there's any successful engagement with the material at all. We have formative assessments. These are in the form of weekly check your knowledge quizzes. These are good, but they also have problems. Focus is placed on major concepts of a week's work, while smaller concepts aren't assessed as comprehensively, simply because you can't make that many videos or quizzes. So our summative assessments are our quizzes, our reports, our assignments, and our exams, etc.
So having identified some of those issues with our online anatomy subject model, we wanted to look for solutions to try to incorporate more engagement and active learning. So in looking for solutions, the one thing that really jumped out to us was H5P. Now, there have been some amazing presentations about H5P at Moodle Moot so far. But just to refresh your memories, or in case you're unaware, H5P is a content creation framework that uses HTML5. It's incredibly easy to use. It's very intuitive. You don't need to be a tech head to be able to build learning materials using H5P. And this was made even easier for us to use thanks to the Moodle plugin, which came in I believe, 3.7. Now, this plugin and H5P allows you to create a vast array of interactive activity types, from simpler ones like multiple choice questions and single choice sets, to things like fill in the blanks and dragging text, to some more comprehensive ones like interactive videos and things like branching scenarios. Now, these activity types provide a more engaging and interactive learning object as opposed to a simple static video or figure or something like that. And some bonuses that come with this is it has formative assessment built in. By adding interactivity, students can assess their understanding in real time as they go through the learning materials. So this is definitely going to help to promote things like active learning and meaningful engagement with the learning content as they go. And we feel that this more closely simulates a face-to-face in-class experience, where as you're learning, you may have questions asked of you, and if you give a response, you'll get instant feedback. So H5P gives you that capacity to give you instant feedback to all of the questions you're answering. It also comes with the added benefit for teachers in that it gives us the opportunity to get meaningful insight about successful engagement with the content. There are things you can do with Moodle to check how many people are looking at videos or going on forums, but it's hard to determine how successfully they're engaging. With H5P, each learning activity you produce comes with a gradebook item, so you can actually go through the gradebook and see what kind of scores students are getting for the interactive activities as a more insightful measure of student success and student engagement. So with H5P, we felt that this would be fantastic at addressing some of the issues we found in our previous online model. So our asynchronous learning objects, the videos and static figures, by replacing these with interactive H5P activities and objects, this provides interactivity for the students and gives them the capacity to undergo real-time self-assessment and get instant feedback about their understanding as they're learning. It also allowed us to address the issue in our formative assessment, where previously it was a more broad formative assessment on a weekly basis that covered major topics, whereas by incorporating H5P into all of our learning objectives and learning assets, it meant there was far more comprehensive formative assessment on a smaller scale, on top of our more broad weekly check your knowledge quizzes. So to give you a background about the subject itself that we incorporated this into, it's a fully online first-year anatomy subject that has 3 major topics or inquiries. The first is about the musculoskeletal system, where we teach students about the skeleton and joints and muscles and movement. The second inquiry is about the nervous system, where we teach students about structures in the brain and the spinal cord and nerves. And then the third inquiry is a regional anatomy topic, where we take a region of the body, the torso, and look at all of the anatomical structures and relationships therein. So what we wanted to do is build H5P, and we did so into our first inquiry. So all of the musculoskeletal system content had H5P interactive resources built into it. Some of the static resources that were already there remained as static, but each learning objective had at least one H5P based interactive learning object in there for students. So just to give you an idea about some of the commonly used H5P activities we had, we loved interactive videos, where you could take already existing videos from academics and embed interactions into them. We also love drag and drops, where we would take an otherwise static figure from a textbook and remove the labels and ask students to label them for us. And we also used a lot of course presentations where you could get a learning object like a video. You could make it interactive if you want, and then add subsequent learning activities and interactive objects within the one learning resource. And I'll hand you over to Heath now, who's going to give you a demonstration of how course presentations and interactive videos work. Now bear with us as we just do a little bit of screen sharing.
Technical difficulties. Okay, so what I'm going to show you is an interactive video. This is a course presentation. We've taken a video which just exists on YouTube. You can do this with any video. All you need is a YouTube link. And we've just put in an interaction. So if we scroll through, we can see this is just a blended online clip. It's just someone presenting lecture information over a PowerPoint. Until we get up to that dot, and we can see that we've added a test yourself button. And so you press that and up pops a question for the students. And so they'll test their knowledge. They'll check. We got a star. Yes. We move. And this gives us a chance to keep watching the video. At the end, like Stuart said, we've got other questions that we've thrown in. So this is an example of a single choice set. You make a choice and we move on to another question. And I'm just going to choose these at random so you can see that it comes up with the right answer for you. I think there's only 7 of these, I think. Okay, so you can see that if we get some wrong, we get some good feedback. Then there's another set of questions and another set of questions, and it continues on like that. At the end, you click, you get a summary. It tells you how many you got right and a total score. So I'm going to hand you over to Aaron, who's going to show you a drag and drop.
Okay, so previously we would refer students, if they've got any questions, we'd be referring them to labelled images from their prescribed texts. And as you can see, the static resources make it really difficult for students to gauge how well they are progressing with their content. These images are also used for both our formative and summative assessments. Here we can see that we've just used the same image and built it into a course presentation. Students are able to label the structures themselves and get their feedback quite instantly. So it's a really quick process, and I'll just quickly see if I can remember my content. And a student can really quickly check how they're going, and we can see I've only got 2 correct. So not only do we get instant feedback, we also are able to give a bit of information, some feedback as well, to say, review your incorrect responses by going back to your course presentation, looking at your other materials. But we also add information such as you can go to your e-text and look at your figure or look at different content. So then they'll get the chance to retry, and hopefully once we've done a little bit more study, students can practice again to see how well they know their content and check. And fortunately, I'm able to be confident with the knowledge and move on to my next. So I'll stop sharing.
Okay. So once we built H5P into the first inquiry of our subject, we really wanted to get some student data around their experience and their perceptions of learning using these interactive H5P resources and compare that to learning using the static traditional resources we had prior to implementing H5P. So we actually put forward a study, and luckily we got ethics approval from the La Trobe Human Ethics Panel to survey our students around their experience and their perceptions of learning using H5P in our online anatomy subject. So after they had completed both inquiries 1 and 2, we sent them out a survey, and 34 students responded, which was about 20% of our cohort, which we were happy about. And the survey asked questions that got them to compare their experiences between Inquiry 1, which was built using H5P, and Inquiry 2, which remained as those static resources. And the kind of questions we asked got students to determine which style they found to be the most helpful between Inquiries 1 and 2, the most enjoyable, and what was their preferred learning method. And we also got them to rank how helpful they found learning using H5P interactive resources with regards to things like their ability to review and reflect on their learning, to stay motivated, to continue learning and complete the topic, and to have control over their own learning, which is obviously going to be very important for active learning. And I'm really excited to share these results with you. So when compared to Inquiry 1 and Inquiry 2, what we found is that 86.2% of our responders found that learning using interactive resources in Inquiry 1 was their preferred method for learning, which is fantastic. Nearly 83% of our responders found that learning using interactive resources was more helpful when compared to static and traditional resources, and nearly 90% found it to be the most enjoyable way to learn. So these are really some fantastic results we got from this survey. As a part of the survey, we also wanted to ask some questions around students' engagement and their understanding of their engagement. So we asked if they had attempted or felt like they had attempted the resources more than once on average between the two inquiries. And what we found is that 20% more of the responders said that yes, they did access these resources typically more than once. And what we also found is that there were fewer students who were unsure about how many times they had access to resources, where in Inquiry 2, there was nearly 30% of students who were unsure how many times they had access to resources. Now, this suggests to us that this gave students a little bit more autonomy over their learning, and it engaged them more and kept them coming back to revise and reattempt some of these interactive activities, which is really cool. We also asked them to rate the effort they felt was required to complete the activities between the two inquiries on a scale of little effort to moderate to a great deal of effort. And what we found is that there was a higher percentage of students who found it was moderate effort, but interestingly, a lower percentage of students who found it to be a great deal of effort to complete the activities in Inquiry 1. Then with regard to students finding it to be little effort, there was quite a small amount that only found it to be little effort in Inquiry 1. Now, this is some pretty interesting results, and what we think this is about is the fact that given that the learning materials have extra formative assessments built in and extra activities, it does tend to be perceived as a little bit more effort in this case. But then if we go back to which they found most enjoyable, having this extra effort didn't decrease their enjoyment of learning using these resources. In fact, 90% still found this to be the most enjoyable. And finally, no surprises here for their future learning. Students responded that, or 89.3% of students responded that they would prefer to learn in the future using interactive resources like H5P as opposed to those static traditional resources.
So students were also asked to rate how helpful the interactive H5P resources were with the Inquiry 1. And we can see they were asked, did it help a lot, help somewhat, a little, or didn't help at all? And as you can see, 71% said it helped when reviewing major concepts. And this therefore means that the H5P can have similar role as the previous formative assessments, but we don't need to reschedule them each year, or we don't need to review the content if there are any content changes as we progress across the years. 65% found that they had it helped control their own learning. And this shows that, students can return back to the content and interact with these H5P resources until they are confident that they know the knowledge. And as you saw, 2/3 of the students attempted these more than once. Motivation is also a key component of success, and 71% of students said the H5P resources helped a lot with their motivation. And I just want to look to the right here. As you can see, basically no student saw that any of these H5P resources were useless.
All right, so it's clear from those survey results that we had some really positive feedback from students about this, and that data suggests that the interactive learning using H5P was by far the most helpful and enjoyable and preferred learning method for students. But there are also further outcomes that were really, really positive and really great for us. And the first is that a part of the survey was asking students to just leave general comments and feedback about their experience using H5P. And this is just a small sample of the quotes we got. And this first one is great because it's specific about anatomy. But this student said that for anatomy, it's important to understand where things go in the body. So being able to use the drag and drop feature and label images gave them a really great understanding of the content. They loved that the real-time assessment helped them consolidate their learning as they went. The interactive videos were a great way to break up long-form videos and again, check their understanding as they went. The instant feedback they found was great for keeping on track. The interactivity gave them the ability to link material and answer questions in real time, which was great. And finally, this quote's really great, where they said it made learning easier and therefore more enjoyable, which we're all striving to do as teachers, particularly in the online space. Some other interesting outcomes is that our subject had an improved student success rate. So when compared to the previous version of this subject or when it was run the last time, we had an increased pass rate of 10%, which is huge, and 5% increase in the total number of A marks in our subject. And we're doing some data analysis at the moment to determine exactly what role H5P implementation had in these increases in student success. This also provided a really good use case, as well as some other subjects that ran with H5P, to undergo institution-wide adoption of H5P, which has been achieved. So now the learning and teaching and EdTech teams at La Trobe University have great systems and support for H5P use at La Trobe University, making it far more accessible for teachers. And the subject was award-winning. So we were really thrilled to see this, but our subject was the recipient of a top performing unit award via OUA, so Open Universities Australia, who are our affiliate online institution. And this is an award that's benchmarked against a national standard for student satisfaction. So our subject was considered one of the top performers for student satisfaction amongst the entire category in the entire country that OUA has a portfolio for. So this was really, really exciting and such a great outcome for us. And we feel that the implementation of H5P into our subject was a big contributing factor to this award. Now, before we finish and take your questions, I just want to give some shout outs and some acknowledgements to some people who were pivotal in this project. So firstly, Dr. Diana Horvath, who is a senior lecturer in human physiology and also the course coordinator for the online Bachelor of Human Food and Nutrition that we run at La Trobe. She was the mastermind and the driving force to get a lot of these projects, ones like this and similar ones, off the ground and running. Dr. Amy Larson, who is an H5P building extraordinaire, who really helped get a lot of those H5P assets built into our subject. And she was the ethics guru that made sure the ethics application ran smoothly and we could get those surveys out quickly. And Victor Reynolds, who is the manager of our learning environment solutions at La Trobe University, who was basically the voice that heralded the emergence of H5P in Moodle and was the champion for it for institution-wide adoption. So he was massive as a help to get us started with H5P. We've also got the La Trobe H5P early adopters and users group, who are kind of like a community of H5P users who all help each other out. And that brings us to the end. On behalf of all of us, thank you for your attention, and we're excited to answer some questions you might have.
Yeah, that's awesome, guys. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. That was interesting. So the post was up there from yesterday, and there was a question, I think, Stuart, that you already answered yesterday, but I guess we'll recap for all the viewers out there. And it came from Christian. He was saying, hey, thanks for H5P. I'm using it in course. But my problem is how I can import questions in H5P. I have a series of questions that I would like to import to H5P to be used in Moodle lessons. Is it possible? Should I install a special plugin, or is it possible to move my bank question to move them in H5P? So Stuart, that was
Yeah, so we haven't imported questions from our Moodle question bank into H5P. Pardon me. We've actually built our questions ad hoc as we've built our resources, obviously planning them out in advance. We haven't tried to import question banks from Moodle into the H5P resources themselves. So unfortunately, I can't give any advice there, but I think Matthias also responded and said that it might not be available at the moment, but you can do it in reverse where you take questions out of your H5P and import them into your question bank. So unfortunately, I can't give you any technical advice there, Christian, but hopefully someone out there has a bit more information about how to do that.
Great. Yeah. I did have a question from a colleague who was asking, did it take staff much longer to create the H5P than the traditional content?
No, that's the beauty of H5P and the Moodle plugin is it's really easy to pick up. And what you can do is you can actually take pre-existing resources and turn them interactive with H5P. So we didn't require our academic staff to produce anything new. And to actually create the H5P activities themselves, it's really easy. It takes a little bit of practice, and some activity types take a little bit more practice than others, but it's very intuitive. And if you saw the presentation on Tuesday about H5P, there were some really good tips about making your life a bit easier when it comes to producing H5P.
And it was great that I'm not very tech savvy as well, and it was really easy. And one of the things we had at La Trobe was a number of the staff actually made video clips on how to. So it really made it so simple. Just watch a quick video clip and then you got stuck into it. It was really good.
Bang. So you're telling me, Aaron, that even a guy like me could do it?
Yes, definitely.
Even a guy like Aaron could do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can do it. And yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, I want to say to everyone thanks Stuart, Aaron, and Heath for coming on here and giving us this presentation. It's been very fascinating for everybody. I'm sure there were over 100. There was 120 people up watching, so I'm sure it's been well received. So thanks to the guys at La Trobe University, and we'll see you at next year's Moodle Moot for sure.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Chris.
Our pleasure.
Thank you, Chris.
Cheers, guys.
My name's Seth Francis, and I am the co-founder and director of Titus Learning, one of the Moodle certified premium partners. The company is a Moodle partner, so we offer a whole range of Moodle services. I always like to describe it if you can put Moodle before it, and then any word thereafter, whether that's training, support, hosting, maintenance, development, content, and everything else. So for us, corporate market, we work a lot in the UK, but in about 30 countries globally as well. So whether that be Germany, France, Spain, and other areas in Europe. Really, I'd say buoyant at the moment, and I think there's a massive improvement in terms of the level of people inquiring to us and looking for further professional development, both formal regulatory training and also more informal training and professional development. For us, I think the trends are a lot around personalisation of learning and gamification of learning as well. So, as I mentioned with the informal piece of learning,
welcome back. Welcome back, viewers. Day 5 of the 2020 Global Online Moodle Moot, and you're in the education room. We've got a great session coming up now, and I've got Anneliese de Jonquière from WooClap, and she's going to be talking about the education technology to empower the contributions of cognitive science. So I'll hand it over to you, Anneliese.
Thank you, Chris, for the nice introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I hope that you have found a nice spot at home where you're comfortable to join this session. My name is Anneliese de Jonquière, and I am Head of Expansion at WooClap. Thank you for joining me today for a session on education technology to empower with the contribution of cognitive science here in the education room today. All right, so I'd like to start with some dynamic questions, guys. So to get to know you and you to get to know me. So please take your smart devices, a mobile phone, a laptop, a tablet, so you can connect yourself with the QR code you see on the screen. So you can just use your cameras and this will open to join the event, or you just go to the URL that is presented on the screen. So I'm going to wait a few more moments. I see 4 people connected, 5, 6, 7. Maybe we get some more, 10 even. This is really nice to see, 11, 12, 13. All right, we're at 14. Just wait some seconds more, and then we're going to launch our dynamic questions to get some ice breaking going on. Lovely to see you guys connected so fully. So we have 22 now, 23. When I'm going to start, you still will be able to connect yourself through the URL you will see on the screen. All right, so I am very curious to know where you guys are all from, because this is the Moodle Moot Global event, and I really love to see, okay, hello Australia, hello Germany, Switzerland, Detroit, Melbourne. This is amazing, Mexico, Oklahoma, US, some of Belgium, yes, this is amazing. Thank you guys. So I'm going to close this vote and let's see where you guys are coming from. This is a nice word cloud going on. Great. So would you be able to pinpoint where I am from in Europe? You might have seen some hints in the information provided by the organizers, but let's see where you guys are from. Where you think I am from, let's say. Coming from Italy, coming from France, UK, Switzerland, Germany, Belgium. Okay, very interesting to see. I'm popping up everywhere, guys. This is nice. Even from Spain. Lovely. All right, well, let's close down this voting and let's see. I am from Belgium, guys. I'm not having any fries, chocolate or beer today for you, but this might change in the future if we are going to a more live setting, who knows? Okay, so this is the agenda for the session. I will start by asking a provocative question later on about digital natives. Then we will briefly discuss the main concepts revolving around the learning process, attention, and memory. And this will allow us to move on to the 3 techniques that professors should use in their classrooms and how to implement them with the help of a student response system of their choice. And of course, all of this will lead me to the conclusions. So, which of the following claims about digital natives are supported by research? 1, traditional education is in trouble as they possess new ways of knowing and being. 2, there is a digital revolution going on and they are driving it. 3, they are innately or inherently tech savvy as opposed to older educators. They are multitaskers, team-oriented and collaborative. they have a short attention span and they have a need to immediate gratification, or none of the above, or I don't know. So let's see how you guys are responding to this. Very curious to see the answers. All right. So we see answer 5 has most of the responses. Okay, very interesting. You can see the timer running. You still have 30 seconds, about 30 seconds to answer. Okay, very curious to see. "26 people of the 39 connected have answered, 27 for now. So we still have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and voting is closed. So let's look at the correct answer. The correct one was none of the above, guys. None of the above. So in 2001, American writer Mark Parensky coined 2 terms. The first is digital natives, for young people who have been immersed in technology all their lives and from whom all forms of information and communication technology allegedly represent a preferential form of learning. The other is a counterpart, digital immigrants, of course, that is, all of those that try to keep up with those natives. This idea became quickly popular and the concept expanded beyond the original idea. So most of the claims about digital natives, however, are not supported by research. In fact, despite popular belief, traditional education is not in trouble. Digital natives do not possess new ways of knowing and being. They are not driving a digital revolution, and either they are not innately or inherently tech savvy and are no different from older educators, all right? They cannot be defined as especially multitaskers, team-oriented and collaborative, and their attention span is no shorter or longer, for that matter, than their elders, and they do not need immediate gratification. So research evidence shows that there may be as much variation within the digital native generation as between the generations. And popular claims that young people adopt radically different learning styles are not supported by research evidence either. So very important. The existence of a new generation of students cannot be cited as a reason for radical changes to the existing educational structure. Political choices should not be blurred by these myths, okay? Attention is key for every generation, but what is attention? Theoreticians tend to disagree, as you can see on this slide. William James says that everyone knows what attention is. Then we see that Hall Passler has another idea, and actually no one knows what attention is according to him. And then Britt Anderson says there is no such thing as attention. So despite all these definitions issues, we adopt a functional approach, okay? Educators and cognitive scientists agree that attention is an important concept to teach their students. It's best described as a limited capacity resource. So most established mind theories say that we can only process a limited amount of information at any one time. It is almost impossible to pay attention to more than one thing at the exact same time. So there are many popular claims about the maximum attention span people can deal with. Nearly all of them must be discarded for a reason or another. So attention, or its opposite, mind wandering, is not an easy concept to define. Moreover, we can measure mind wandering. Do we? Again, not really. It varies depending on what the person is doing. So we mind wander more if the task is easy than when it's difficult. But we mind wander more when it's very difficult. So it is complicated and ultimately meaningless to give an average mind-wandering rate. Let's just say that half the time students are not paying attention to what the teacher is saying in class. We see that mind-wandering is correlated with missing important information, impairing later reading comprehension, bad memory performance, during a test, poor time management, and of course, what drives attention towards learning. Make the material more salient. Saliency comes from internal motivation or from external techniques, okay? No control over individual interests, so improve the situational interests. Clear communication that at the right difficulty level, concrete examples help. So in short, you should optimize the sensory or the encoding stage. As during the encoding stage, unattended information is just lost forever. So we cannot understand what strategies to use in the classroom with student response systems if we do not grasp a few fundamental concepts about how the mind is working. So this is on the next slides. So according to most psychologists, memory goes through 3 phases. Encoding, where you have the acoustic, visual, tactile, and semantics ways to be able to encode. We have the storage, and there we see memory traces, your working memory, your short-term memory, but also your long-term memory. And then we have retrieval, where we can retrieve in terms of sequences, cues, associations, and other various techniques. So what is important is getting the information from the short-term to the long-term memory, of course. Your short-term memory process essentially decides what's worth keeping and what can be forgotten after a 15, 30-second window, let's say. But the short-term memory is limited, and just in terms of time, not only, but also in terms of how many separate pieces of information it can store. So most people tend to have a span of 5 to 9 items. Let's do a little test. So memories are made of this. It's really, try to remember this set of letters. It's really not a lot, but still it is a bit difficult, isn't it? But when we arrange them in this order, of course, we see that it's more feasible to understand and to get it into your memory. Why is that? Well, we have chunked our data here, so that we have less items with more information. We found meaning in it. So meaning or semantic encoding is particularly powerful, guys. So this technique is called chunking, and it's very, very useful to remember unstructured information. We also had it on the retrieval practice. So moving to more elaborate techniques, we find that in that retrieval practice. So in an experiment, you can see here on this slide, students were assigned to one among 2 strategies to encode recently exposed material. The first group had to review the content by a simple proofreading, that is, reading again, of course. The second group had to write down everything they remembered on a blank sheet of paper. The knowledge both groups of students acquired was tested then after 5 minutes, after 2 days, and 1 week. So what do these results tell us now? Mainly, we can see that reviewing by proofreading produces better results than reviewing by means of open-ended questions, as long as students take the test soon after they have reviewed the content, okay? After a few days, in fact, the opposite happens. So this phenomenon is called the test effect. So how to implement this in the classroom? There are several advantages on quizzing the students. Firstly, and they are obviously a teacher's instrument of choice for measuring their student skills. Secondly, students themselves use exams to develop their self-assessment skills, so what experts call metacognition, from which they will learn about their strengths and weaknesses to better organize revisions at a later stage. So A test not only measures learning, but it also changes it. It's very important. What do we have next? Space repetitions, space quizzes. But quizzing only is not enough, according to Hermann Ebbinghaus. With a considerable number of repetitions, it is much more advantageous to distribute them properly over a period of time than to group them together in one single step. So this sentence is a result of the century-old pioneering studies of Mr. Ebbinghaus, and he based his research on his own experience, which is something that wouldn't be accepted by today's standards, but is still found out that the same amount of repeated studying of the same information spaced over time leads to a great retention of that information in the long run. So in turn, using the same time to memorize the same content in a single session leads to lower performance. The latter approach is commonly referred to as cramming and is typical of students attempting to memorize content at the very last moment before their exams or a test. Let's take a look at this experiment. So students were divided based on their study group, single mass reading and distributed reading, and a time of tests also immediately after study or within 2-day delays or between the study and the test, all right? So the histogram shows the number of IDs units recalled for these groups. So we see that on an immediate test, performance was greater after mass rereading than after distributed rereading or a single reading. In contrast, on a delayed test, performance was greater after distributed rereading than after mass rereading or single reading. So learning with distributed rereading is durable and learning with mass rereading is not. We also have peer instruction. Classroom response systems can also be used in a different way, guys. So peer instruction was formalized by Professor Mazur from Harvard in the early 90s. Shocked by the way his students substituted understanding with memorization. And the students are given the course material in advance so they can read it at home. This way, they can prepare for the lectures. So one can devise strategies to give an incentive for this step. So during class, the professor briefly summarizes the topic and provides the students with a conceptual question. This sort of question is especially designed and focuses on one key notion at a time. For instance, it can ask to predict the impact of a variable over a system without using equations or written reasoning. This question is asked through a student response system. So let's take a look here. Students think by themselves and answer. They're also asked about their degree of confidence. For example, one of I just guessed or quite convinced or very convinced. And the professor notes the poll's results and faces 3 potential outcomes, which is less than 30% of the students choose the correct answer. Initial understanding is very poor, hence it is necessary for the teacher to revisit the concept, all right? The rate of success is greater than 70%. This result is satisfying. The professor explains the answer and proceeds to the next concept. Between 30 and 70% of correct answers in this case, students are invited to spend some time trying to convince each other of the choice they have made. And after a while, they must answer the same question. So after peer discussions and after the same question is asked once again, it's usually where the magic happens, guys. So results show that both the percentage of correct answers and the confidence of students increases. So the teacher can safely move on to the next topic. So what about the people that didn't get it right the first or the second time? If they still have uncertainties, this system will give them a red flag. So they will have more elements on how to prioritize their study before the exam. Besides boosting the performance of students, this method has several other advantages. So when answering the quiz, the students are forced to be committed to an answer to various degrees of conviction. Students have to externalize their answer, turn to their neighbor and convince them of their reasoning. And by doing this, a student's answer changes from a simple fact to a articulated reasoning. So eventually the student gets emotionally invested in the learning process, and research in cognitive sciences, found that emotional kind of encoding is among the best to store information. So information is now easily accessible to the students. Classroom thought lessons can no longer be used solely to transmit this information. Engagement when facing an audience is therefore key. So to allow your students to get the most out of these class sessions, always remember to encourage active participation in the classroom. That is very important. So this brought me to our conclusions. Tests are most often used for assessment purposes, but the act of retrieval itself strengthens memory, so making information easier to remember later. Practicing retrieval is a powerful way to improve meaningful learning of information and is relatively easy to implement in the classroom. We also know that the benefit of spaced practice to learning is arguable. One of the strongest contributions that cognitive psychology has made to education, and spaced practice is ready to be implemented in the classroom and at home or at distance. Peer instruction, in turn, could be a first effective step indeed in the large world of active learning and flipped classrooms. And when talking about learning, no generation is privileged as such. And with the help of technology, of course, the discoveries of cognitive and behavioral sciences are empowering everyone to achieve their maximum potential at scale. And this, my dear audience, is our mission at WooClap. I'm going to thank you for all of your attentions. Hopefully listen to some of your questions if you might have them. And if you'd like to know more about WooClap or like to know more about WooFlash, please leave your email address and we'll be happy to send you some more information on that. Thank you, guys.
Annelies, that was amazing. I was
Thank you,
absolutely,
Chris.
I was blown away. It brought me back to a lot of things. So I used to use highlighters to try and remember all the bits and pieces, but this amazing. If you can learn your own memory, a guy like me could remember what I did yesterday. It would be great. I'll look you up for a beer and a bag of chips when I'm next in Belgium.
Please. Do let me know if you're coming to Belgium.
I will. I don't have a question. There's one comment from Angus, and it was, I've never believed in the digital natives. They have technology skills only in the use of their immediate technology. I'm always surprised at how much 20-somethings need with technology in education. So there you go. I'll leave you that with. So look, everybody. So I just, on behalf of everyone, I want to thank you, Annelies. Obviously, they won't be able to participate in the part that we just participated in, which was great. And I knew you were from Belgium. But everyone, you can watch the re-recordings later on. But for now, we're going to take a 20-minute break, I think it is. So, Annelies, I'll see you down at the cafe for a coffee. And it's bye from the education room.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Cheers.
Are you struggling to go digital? We get you covered. We offer Moodle training and certification so that you get the most out of it.
Hey, is it too challenging for you? Don't worry, we will work with you to make it easy.
I'm Cyril Bedel. I co-created EduNao. We decided to actually offer end-to-end services for education technology users. We do work mostly with K-12, higher ed, bit of corporate now. We have 300 clients on various solutions, including Moodle. I think we're the first Moodle partner in the French-speaking region so far. One of the top 10, possibly in the world. It's a great team achievement, and basically that was in our DNA at the very beginning, to be able to offer consulting services, development services down to the infrastructure, to provide off-the-shelf Moodle platforms, and integration down the line, functional and technical integration. We've been a Moodle partner, I think, for almost 5 years now, I would say. Being part of the family officially, I would say. Interact with Moodle HU. We might want to interact more with Moodle partners, but we have little opportunities to meet with each other, unlike today, for instance. So I would say yes. How many I couldn't tell. So we decided to focus on the French-speaking countries. So we started to work in France, expanded to being a Moodle partner. We expanded to Belgium, where we became a Moodle partner as well. Expanded to Switzerland as well. And now we're looking at other territories, French-speaking and possibly some non-French-speaking.
Soy Juan Sáenz y soy el presidente de EduLabs, Moodle Partners para Colombia, México y Ecuador. Hemos sido partners de Moodle por 3 años, aunque nuestra experiencia con Moodle se remonta a más de 10 años. Porque queríamos aportar calidad a la educación virtual en la región, y convertirnos en partners de Moodle nos obligaba a ser una empresa muy seria y ofrecerle a nuestros clientes servicios de gran calidad. Por eso decidimos aliarnos con el LMS más usado en la región. Por supuesto, el hecho de convertirnos en partners oficiales de Moodle y representarlos oficialmente en nuestros países nos ha permitido ganar más credibilidad y confianza ante nuestros clientes, quienes deciden poner en nuestras manos sus proyectos de educación virtual porque están seguros de que nosotros contamos con el respaldo completo de Moodle. Podría extenderme mucho con esta respuesta porque cada día es una oportunidad maravillosa para emprender nuevos retos, para trabajar con nuestros clientes en sus proyectos, siempre contando con el respaldo de Moodle. Si lo defino en una palabra, puedo decir que ha sido maravilloso. Por supuesto, pasamos de ser una empresa pequeña con un alcance local a convertirnos en una empresa con presencia oficial en 3 países, Colombia, México y Ecuador, para atender clientes en toda la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Bueno, fue una sorpresa porque no sabíamos nada acerca de este reconocimiento. Nosotros simplemente hacemos lo mejor cada día por nuestros clientes, por ofrecer los mejores servicios. Nuestro equipo da lo mejor de sí cada día y esto nos llevó a ganar este reconocimiento. Esto solo nos motiva más para seguir trabajando y seguir haciendo lo mejor por nuestros clientes en la región.
Welcome back, everyone. You're in the education room. We're here at the 2020 Global Online Moodle Moot. And before I bring on the next presenters, well, they're probably already on, I just want to make a big shout out to Diego Maradona Fabra and the whole of the Moodle Moot team for putting on an amazing experience this year under the challenge that we're under, everybody around the world, and these guys to do what they have done. It's been an awesome week. I've just been blown away by it all. So if you've got any questions on this presentation coming up, put them in the forum, because we love questions, we love to interact, and we will hopefully have time for a few questions towards the end of the presentation. So this next session is called Are You Ready to Take Feedback to a Whole New Level? It's a Moodle assessment activity plugin with reusable feedback. So I'm going to hand over to Joanne Norbury and Michael Fraser to tell you a bit about Androgogic, and I got it wrong, didn't I? Androgogic. There we go. It's over to you, Joanne.
Thank you so much. I nearly forgot your name there, Chris. Chris, thank you. So as Chris said, I'm Joanne Norbury, a senior educational technologist from Androgogic here in Australia. I've been working with Moodle for a number of years, and I've always enjoyed attending many Moodle moots. So I'm definitely missing the camaraderie shown when the community really gets together, but really excited and humbled to be here presenting at Moodle Moot Global 2020. So together with Michael Fraser, I hope he's waving, Androgogic's Chief Operating Officer and Senior Educational Technologist, we're going to present today about feedback and using a new integrated assessment tool. So it's a bit of a show and tell of how to take, as Chris said, feedback to a new level. So think of this as a bit of an evolution of feedback. So this tool has been around for some time. It was created by Easy Correct, founded by two Danish teachers, dedicated to improving how students learn through the feedback written on assignments. So what we'd like to show off today is how this super featured feedback tool is integrated with Moodle, with the added ability to similarity check the learner's work using the Erken plagiarism tool from Sweden. Where are we here? So from a teacher's point of view, I think that's where I'll start. Some of the big things on feedback on assignments can be very time consuming. Apart from producing assignments, rubrics, a lot of the teacher's workload can be from producing feedback, document handling, pinpointing the required work or errors within the assignments, repetitive comments, and at worst, you don't actually even know how the learner works with all the comments. Do the learners learn enough? What happens with your feedback once you give it to them? What happens with it now? And do the learners read it at all? Which comments help them at all? And does the learner even improve from the feedback that you're giving them? So with the Edward integration feedback and plagiarism detection tool, we wanted to show you how this tool actually changes how the feedback is given and importantly, how it is received by the learner. So with our goal, it really is to engage your students with better and faster feedback. So the new experience is fairly seamless. Well, I think it's actually really seamless for the teachers and the students. So as you can see here, it's right there inside Moodle as an activity that we can add into it. The flow and the experience of flow for a teacher point of view is it keeps the document handling to a minimum. You can view all the submissions in that one assignment at once and click between the other assignments quite seamlessly. You can actually navigate between all the students' assignments. And of course, the big feature is reusing the feedback. So we're going to cut now to a screen share. And we're going to view it from the teacher's perspective. And I'm going to we're going to tag team between Michael and myself. And Michael's going to be the student. I'm going to just stop so I've got better, I'm just going to stop my webcam so I've got better streaming here just to make sure I don't conk out, especially where we're coming all the way across from Australia to Barcelona. So what we're going to do is create an assignment. We've got a Moodle here. It's a 3.5 and we've created a course and we're just going to add an activity. So we're going to add the activity and Edward assignment. And we're going to add, I'm hoping I haven't logged out. Oh, that's fabulous. Wouldn't that be horrible? I've already got a name ready. So like other assessments, we put in our name. I'm going to use the WYSIWYG as I have a description with an embedded YouTube already set to go. Advantages of being prepared, I suppose. So we've got our assignment here. So we've got a description. I've got a YouTube in there. We're going to schedule a deadline. So maybe we go the 12th of August. We can set the grade as a point score, scale score, or none. We can add a resubmission, which is really, really cool. So you can give feedback actually on both. So you can give the feedback on the first and the setting. So the feedback, so add a focus area. So you can add something that, for instance, this is about native plants. So I'm going to ask that we're going to focus also on native plant names. We have a rubrics in the system called argumentative, essay, ready and running. And these rubrics and the comments can be shared amongst your colleagues and your organisation. You can choose whether you want to use the similarity analysis or not. And I've just pressed yes, and we're going to save and display into the course as a teacher. These images come up as a default. We have a very lovely, consistent, standard look. And from here, a teacher can access the library, as I mentioned before. We've got some comment sets here that can be shared, and we have a rubrics sneakily down here that can be shared. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap over to as a student. So I'm going to stop sharing. Now, Michael, you said you don't have share, is that right?
Yeah, I don't seem to have a share button there.
Okay, well, that means I might have to.
Something that somebody else can do.
Well, if I go in as incognito, we'll be able to, or I can just log in as. What about I do that? As one of my participants.
Yep, just go to participants.
And we will use Test Learner 1.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. So over to you, Michael. Tell me what you would you like me, or would you like me just to go? I can do it myself.
No, look, I mean, as I don't mind. I'm a learner. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It's an assignment. I go to my assignment, have a little look around. It's a new assignment for me. I can have a little look. I'm going to sort of scroll up and down. I'll probably start off by just reading what it is, but I'll notice some other things. I'll notice there's a little information point that says not yet handed in. Well, that's good because I just got it. There's a date, 12th of August. That's when it's due. Good. I can have a look at the rubric. So I'm a bit of a SWOT, so I'll probably do that. And I'll go, yeah, okay, so it's 25% for each of the 4 different types. And to get excellent on each of them, I need to do this, right? Good. So I've consumed the rubric. And then look, I'll read the question. I'll get a sense of how I'm going to go and answer that. And so that's that. I guess I'm going to press get started at this point. If I do go up, I want to try and do feedback and things. They're not available yet because I haven't written the assignment, so that's fine. Yeah, those couple of things. There's a couple of options. I can go off and I can write this in Google Docs or Office 365, whatever my favorite thing is, and then just upload the result. Or let's say it's an easy assignment, or I just want to do it online. I can start that in the writer. I can also predict my grade, which I think is quite cool. It gets me engaged right up front. Obviously, I do that once I've finished, I think. But so I can just start writing here. And again, probably at least to start with, while I'm structuring my assignment, I'll click this button that Joanne's hovering on, which is basically a split screen view where I can see the questions at the same time as I'm writing. So I can start structuring my essay against the different argumentative question points there. So yeah, I've got some words that I could copy and paste there. I don't know if you want me to get them to you.
Yes, please. So yeah, send them to me. Yeah, send them to me and I'll post them in as you. Yeah, sorry, I didn't even check that you didn't have share, so apologies, guys. But...
Well, Chris was very diverting in our prelim prep time, so we didn't really prelim prep as much as we should have done. You can find that info. You can find that info. There you go. All right, so there's my essay. Lovely.
Such great work.
Yeah. Potentially a small bit of that may not have been entirely all my own work, but Erkun can tell us that later on. The rest of it definitely is, but how good or bad it is, well, Joanne's going to mark it in a minute. As it stands now, I'm going to hand it in. So if we just press the hand in button, we're away. And now I can predict my grade, which is it's an engaging thing. I'm going to go for a B. I'll be optimistic there. The assignment could have been better. Give it 3 stars.
No,
oh, okay. Yeah.
I was the teacher. I'm going to give you 4.
This is my chance to rate you. This is part of what Edward is all about. Is there's as much student feedback to the teacher as there is teacher feedback to the student, so the teacher's feedback can get better. So that's my bit. I've submitted it. If it's a one-off submission, then it's going to get marked. If it's a 2-phase, then the teacher can go through a whole phase of giving me feedback and saying, now I want you to spend another 20, 30, 60 minutes on this, going through and revising it before you do your final submission. I think this is just a one-off, isn't it, Joan? So you want to go and mark that now?
Yes, I'm going to log that.
Cool.
And
Thanks.
log back in as me. Lucky we had the skills to look it out. So one of the things I wanted to point out, which I thought was really quite nice, was the fact that there is 13 participants enrolled in this course, and one person has handed theirs in. And the next lot of numbers is of that one that have handed in, no one has received feedback from me. So on Instant Sight, when I jump into the course, I can see really what I need to do next. So I'm going to go back into this assignment, and I'm going to see the workflow and start from the workflow. And as you can see all the learners that have handed in the assignment. I can keep track of everyone's progress as I move through. I can send a reminder to motivate learners. And as you can see, this is the one we just handed in. So I've got access to provide the feedback. The other things that, so I'm going to enter the feedback here. And so you can see this is what Michael submitted. What I really like is, again, it's on the screen, it's within, I don't have to handle documentation. I can have a checkout of the document info. If I had a word count on the assignment, I can see the word count and the characters, that there's one page. I can also, as I said, access other learners from this space. And as you can see, I can't access anyone as yet. So to save time, this also I have chosen, when I set up this assignment, I chose my comment sets. So these comment sets are comment sets, plus they're all in categories. So you can see that the first lot are evidence, there's grammar in the purple, and as I scroll down, I can see others comments. So really to create feedback, you just highlight, you've got a quick access bar here where you can create custom comments, add audio, put in smiley faces. So we might put an evidence comment here. So all I've done is just clicked and added it for that piece. I can pick another piece of and of course I'll be reading it properly as a teacher would. But so I've got these comments that I've pre-made. So this one here has a bit of a quiz post the feedback. So I've actually held the grade, or I can hold the grade, should I say, on this assessment. So the student has to follow the feedback to a certain degree, a bit of a motivator, but they can get to start to learn along the way. And then I can highlight things I like and put little smiley faces and symbols in to show that, you know, I think it's pretty neato. So as I've finished my assessment of this assignment by using my comment sets that were already in the system, I can write a little summary here. And of course, I prepared it earlier. You have to try harder there, Michael. So and we're going over to the next page. So in here is, before I send it out, you can see that I've got this comment. I can edit it if I like. I can tell the student you've got, say, 5 minutes of study time here in your feedback. The other part is that the feedback comment I inserted last mightn't be the least important. So before I release them, I can actually pick them up and move them around and make it a main comment, and then leave the evidence irrelevant one as an additional comment. So I can categorize the comments for the student in their workflow. The rubrics is here as well. So I have set this, and so now I can mark the student on their rubric saying, okay, the argument was good, but your thesis was okay, your structure was good, and your language and grammar was okay. So I think the use of this rubrics is so strong. It is an easy piece to use, and they're reusable, which is fantastic for the vet sector in Australia. It's a very, very big thing for every unit of competency to have rubrics that go with it, and that the assignments are marked against the rubrics is a really strong piece of kit here. So we can lock the grade. So the student has to do the feedback prior to, I'm going to send the feedback now too, so we can go in as you. Okay, cool. So we're going to send this.
You'd often mark like all of them at once and then send the feedback for everybody at the same time. And at a good time when people are going to be motivated to look at it. Could be in the morning as opposed to this time on a Friday night or something where students aren't going to get to it for 3 days and they don't look or whatever. So there's a lot of timing stuff in terms of trying to maximise student motivation. All right.
So now I'm... Yes. Okay, no problem. So I'm going to jump in as test student 1. So I'm back here as test student 1, and I'm going to jump into the assessment.
Yep, so I've been notified at a good time for me that that I've got my feedback on my assignment. It's been marked and I'm really excited. So I'm going to jump in. I want to have a look at my report. So I'll go up to the top. There's a button called report, and if I click on it, it says, no, you can't see your report yet. You haven't done your feedback. So I'm going to go do my feedback. And I get a nice summary. It sort of says, look, there's 1 main comment, 2 additional comments, and probably take you 5 minutes to go through this. So, yeah, all right, I'll do that. I'll do the whole thing. Just start me on feedback. I can click on the specifics, but let's have a look. So I just scroll up a bit, Joan. Yep, so I can see this one. Again, it's sort of giving me lots of little bits of information if I want to look at them, but once I get used to them, my eyes will gloss over those and I'll look straight at the highlighted yellow. What's happened? Oh, I didn't explain my my thesis well enough. I didn't really put in a good set of questions, so now I have to learn a bit about that. And so the feedback isn't just feedback; it's actually a feedback quiz question that I need pass here. So, no, I did learn this one. I think we're looking for. There's 3 of them. I reckon the second last one and the second one. Yep, that one.
What? How many else? One more.
Mobile phones one. Yeah, one more. Mobile phones one.
Okay.
No, not that one. Not that. That's not a thesis. It's the second one from the top. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I am not reading them.
There are 2. Yeah, right. So check that. And they're right, because I've learned what a thesis is from this piece of feedback, which is what we're trying to demonstrate, I suppose. So that's done. Yep. Good. I understand that I can write a better thesis next time, or if this has been marked again, if this was an interim bit of feedback, I can go back and actually improve my assignment and hopefully improve my mark. Yep. Move on to the next one, just with the arrow key and. Oh, no, sorry, I've got to feedback. I've got to tell the teacher, was this useful? Yeah, this was really useful. I learned about theses. Give it a smiley face. Thank you. That was good. All right. So I've done the main comments. Let's continue and do the other comments. Yeah, okay. I put in some stuff that really didn't make sense. Fair enough. I understand that I don't need to go off to the link that's embedded, but I could do if I wanted to learn more about it. Next. Yeah, medium. Yeah, give it a neutral face. Yep. And on to the last one. Oh, yeah, good one. Smiley face. Thank you. All right. Yeah, that was a funny thing. All right. And this is what I got. Great. Excellent. Finish that off. I can see why I passed. And so we just hit the right and we're done. And I can read the overall comment. I can get my grade. And I've done the feedback. I've learned something, and I've also given information back to the teacher. So Joanne knows that her first comment was great, and the second one, didn't teach me quite so much. I think that's it. That's it for me. And it's not just comments. I mean, So Joan was picking the pre-made comments, or she could add her own ones, and as well as there's sort of quiz ones, you can add audio, you can add video, all sorts of things.
So I'm going to jump in and show off. Now that I've received feedback from my student, I can actually go back. So we've got a couple of pre-canned ones. So what we're going to do is I'm going to log back in as me as a teacher and show you some of the fantastic reporting that comes out of students. Timing wise, oh, I've got to be efficient right now.
Pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to run a quick one here. If we have a look at the insights here, you can see so many people, how you turn in rate, your average score, the comments to students, what their level of understanding was. So it would really help a teacher move forward in their understanding of their feedback, their assignments, and to improve, because as you know, a lot of time people don't really know. The other one I wanted to show you was one more. This is an assignment that I wanted to show. Not only was there feedback in the system, but the similarity report is as well. So on each one, this particular assignment, there was 17% similarities found. So as I click on each one, they're right directly here in the plugin, and you can confirm it and mark it as feedback. So I'm going to give it over back to Michael to do a quick summary.
Yeah, thanks. And I have noticed we've got some questions going on in the chat. And actually, I'm not certain about the feature plans for peer assessment. I don't think it's in there at the moment. It is designed as a teacher student rather than peer assessment thing. But obviously, there's lots of potential for using permissions in Moodle to be able to set that up in such a way that would work effectively. I didn't understand Keith's IDEM question. That may be a typo. Same question. Yeah. Obviously, peer assessment is a really great learning feature. Chris, yes, all good. Yeah, Chris, you're still muted, but there we go.
There you go. Nah, that would help. I guess I was just having one epiphany, and that was that a guy like me wouldn't make it through university in the modern age with all this tech going on, catching me out for all the plagiarism I used to do. Awesome. So I don't know if there was any more questions coming through from the forum. I've got my little helpers out there, but they don't really have much going on. There was about 100 people watching at the moment, so it's pretty good. Everyone's engaged listening. No one's writing their questions.
That's great. Can I give a 2-minute summary in the time left in that case?
Go for it. Yeah,
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, because you see lots of detail and lots of features and stuff, but unless you write up your notes for all the rest of your colleagues, you're probably going to forget most of it. So I just thought a simple 3-point summary that you can remember by Monday. So we think Edward is a bit of a revolution in effective teaching through feedback. Why? We learn through doing, we learn through failing, and we learn through being highly engaged. So if we can get learners to focus in hard on the constructive criticism that we're giving them on their own work, then we're going to get triple learning. How do we make that happen? How do they get focused on their feedback? Well, Edward asks students to predict their mark on submission. You can withhold the student's assignment mark until after they've viewed their feedback. It tracks if and when they process their feedback, so you can track and engage with students on why they're not reviewing or when they should review, when they'd like to get their feedback. Huge range of feedback types, not just audio and video, but the one-off quiz questions, all the other types of feedback, highly engaging feedback. They get very good engagement scores, and includes the similarity report feedback via embedding Ercon, because really teaching students about plagiarism and how to correctly use external sources, it's just another type of feedback. And Chris, you would have figured that out once people came back to you and said, you know what, do it a little bit differently, do it like this, you'll be fine. So Edward has the tool set to get students really focused on processing their assignment feedback. And how does that get revolutionary? Well, it's that second bit of feedback where the students feed back to the teacher. So then our feedback as teachers gets better and better, and we're giving good feedback to them. They're looking at it, they're finding it valuable, and suddenly the learning is happening and the lights are going on. And we know we've got the right piece of feedback that makes them understand the bit they got wrong and get it right next time. So the really simple summary, Edward's double feedback model, teacher, student, teacher, gives you a triple learning solution.
I'm still on mute, am I?
No, you're not, Chris.
Oh, back again. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realise you hadn't finished. So I apologise for that, Michael. That's great. All right. Well, I think that's it for this session. We'll have to say goodbye for now. That was great, guys. Thanks, Joanne and Michael, for coming in and talking to everyone. There'll probably be more questions on the forum, so check in there a bit later on and keep the engagement going. All right. Well, that's it for the. No worries. So that's the end of this session, and that's bye for now.
Thanks all.
Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back, viewers. You're here in the education room at the 2020 Global Online Moodle Moot. This is an exciting session coming up right now because I'm here with my good friends from Moodle HQ, Helen and Mary Cooch. They're going to be doing a bit of a talk about the an interactive session from the Masters of Teaching, because they are the Masters of Teaching at Moodle HQ, and they're illustrating some interesting teaching trends such as flipped learning, gamification, and just-in-time learning. So ladies, I'll hand the floor to you two.
Thank you, Chris. So the way that we're going to do this is I'm going to be talking through some slides, and then every now and then at intervals, Helen is going to be monitoring the chat, and then we'll see what you share in this forum discussions. And we hope, we have an hour, so we hope and we aim to have some time at the end for a general discussion. So please post any of your thoughts in the forums. So, teaching. It was quite a difficult choice to decide the title for this session, and teaching is a bit of a contentious term, really. Its meaning has changed over the centuries. What you see there is, I think, King Henry of the old Germany, or Alemannia, and he is teaching in the 14th century some students in Italy or Bologna. And in those days, teaching actually meant lecturing, instructing, where you passed on all your knowledge and all the students did was assimilate it, write it down without questioning. Now, I began as a teacher not as long ago as King Henry, but it was 1985, which is quite a long time ago. But by then, we had come to understand that it wasn't only about the teacher teaching. You also needed to be mindful of a learner learning. And so you had to think about how they learned and what was important to them. Yet, a couple of decades ago, I distinctly remember we flipped the image, we reversed the image and the phrase. And I remember it because in my school where I taught, we had to go all through our documents and have new professional development because it was no longer teaching and learning. It was actually flip the image, learning and teaching. And it became the learner was the important thing. And our teaching was to support them. Nowadays, if you think about it, learning and teaching, where is the teaching? It's just all learning. The learner is central to everything. And what we do is just to help them learn. Now, if you actually go to Google, as I did before this session, and Google learning, you'll actually find all manner of terms, buzzwords, terms, active learning, gamified learning, student-centered learning, project-based, adaptive, flipped, and so on and so forth, almost as if there is no teaching there. Well, we'll see. So where does that leave us, really? Well, if you think about Moodle, if you go to the front page of our commercial site, moodle.com, it actually mentions collaborative learning. So even in Moodle, we've got a term to do with learning. I wonder if any of you know the sort of background to Moodle and the principles upon which Moodle was designed and where this collaborative learning idea comes from. Martin Dugiamas, who created it as part of his PhD a couple of decades ago, Moodle was actually built on social constructionist principles. And there's a great page in the documentation where he outlines some tenets of this, one of which is a particular favorite of mine and Helen's. All of us are potential teachers as well as learners. In a true collaborative environment, we are both. So that's great. So that was what Moodle was designed on. However, of course, now Moodle has so many activities and settings and features that you can teach or you can facilitate learning in any way you want, with any strategy or trend or buzzword that you want or that you're comfortable with or that you are required to do. So teaching trends in Moodle, what can we talk about? There is so much. So we're going to focus here on three of those trends, terms, educational strategies. But then we're hoping very much at the end to have time for you to discuss your Moodle experiences and opinions of others. So for example, let's make a start with flipped learning. And so the first one of our three is going to be flipped learning. So we're asking you in the forums if you could share your experiences on how would you define flipped learning in a few words and why you would use it. So let's focus on the positives first. For each of these, we're going to look at the positives and the drawbacks. So I'm looking and I see Helen, Dag has a few things to say about what it is and why you use it. Yes?
Yep, thanks to Dag for posting in our forum discussion. As for what is flipped learning, he says to provide good assignments for groups and individuals to work things out. Why use it? Dag says participants contribute their experience and research results. And why not? He says, for me, it's not an essential part of learning, so there isn't actually a not.
Ah, that's interesting. Cool. What about Anna? Has Anna said something as well?
Yeah, thanks to Anna for posting. Anna writes that flipped learning started as a type of blended learning where learners are getting prepared at home and then they're practicing at school. But of course, it can be applied to distance learning too. And if it's implemented nicely, it can help learners take ownership of their learning, make them more responsible, and empower their internal motivation. For example, with peer instruction can be really powerful.
Yeah, and actually, this is a very good point that Anna's making about the idea started as a homework in the face-to-face environment, and I knew we were using it in my high school. But increasingly, I've seen on social media in the last few months, flipped learning in distance learning, because everyone is distance learning at the moment, or maybe most people are slightly moving back into face-to-face. So let's have a look at flipped learning then. So flipped learning, I found a definition. This is rather a wordy academic definition. Flipped learning is a pedagogical approach in which direct instruction moves from the group learning space to the individual learning space, which to me is just a rather wordy way of saying, instead of you being in the classroom and learning from the teacher, you have to go and do the learning yourself. And yes, it does have advantages, because basically what this means is the effort and the work are focused entirely on the learner. The learners actively engage because they've got to go and do the learning. And it does certainly have several benefits, particularly if you have a limited class time. So if you make your learners go and start studying a particular concept or feature, then you save time, and it allows you, when you're together, whether that's in a face-to-face class or as now in a live session in Big Blue Button or Zoom or whatever, then you can explore the themes a bit more detail and also answer any questions, because you have more time since you don't have to teach them. So it does help with self-paced. And also in this idea of social constructionism, as we mentioned before, it's a great way of getting learners, once they've studied it in advance, then they can be the teachers, so they can explain things to each other once they've learned it, and that is a great way of using it. So we also asked you to think about why not use it. Some people would maybe disagree with Dag, because some people, although I think it's a great idea, it does very much depend on your situation and your learners. So for instance, I would say maybe not the age of your learners necessarily, because I do know some high schools who have used flipped learning with teenagers very successfully in the last few months online. But I would say it depends on the maturity of your learners. The reason being that it's been shown in some research that some learners, if their flipped learning situation means that they have to go and do the learning themselves, they don't bother. And then they come to the classroom, to the live session, and then they can't contribute because they haven't done the flipped learning or the homework. Alternatively, you can have the other problem, which is that they do very much learn it. They do their part of the bargain, the contract. So then they either don't come to the face-to-face or the online live session because they think they don't need to, because they've learned it, and that's the end of it. And another problem or thing to consider is the amount of preparation you need as a teacher to do it, and in actual fact, how you do it. Many people think flipped learning is just, put on a YouTube video, make them watch a video, then we can talk about it. It isn't. It's a lot more than that. And one of the downsides of it is that sometimes, and there's a combination of all the research that's been done this year on flipped learning, and it's well worth reading through that. For example, some students are actually put off by the fact that the teacher has tried so hard and spent so much time with the flipped learning that it's too complicated and they just don't want to do it. So you need also to consider whether it will actually make a difference to your Moodle teaching. And on the subject of Moodle then, we're going to consider each of them objectively. So let's take a look at how you could do flipped learning in Moodle and some of the key Moodle features. Of course, the most obvious thing is videos. And of course, you can easily embed YouTube videos into Moodle, but it's much more useful if you actually include in it some quiz questions so that they can't just say, oh, I watched the video without doing it. The more obvious way, the usual way, is to put a video into the description question of a quiz, and that works fine. Instead of having multiple choice questions, though, you could actually add an essay question in a quiz with a template. So you give them the chapter, the paragraph headings, and then they have to summarize it, for instance, rather than just pick a choice. You would have to grade it, or you could simply just look at it and not grade it. It could be just part of the flipped learning. I love certainty-based marking, if any of you have used that. Basically, this is a good way of checking whether the students watch the video, because if they haven't, and then they're confident and they try to cheat by guessing and they guess wrong, they get penalized. If they did the learning and they're confident and they give the answer and they're right, they get bonus points. On the other hand, you can use H5P, which makes much more attractive video quizzes. So the benefit of H5P is if you put a video in, you can intersperse it with questions and it stops the video and they have to answer the question. So that works really well for testing their learning. And lesson is good for one particular feature, which sadly is pretty meaningless. But if, for instance, you're one of these organizations that requires students spend a particular amount of time, or if you've got a 10-minute video, which I think is a bit long, and you want to make sure they've spent at least 10 minutes watching it, then you could put it in a lesson and set the activity completion so that they have to have spent at least 10 minutes, maybe a few more minutes for the questions before it's marked complete. But any of us who are in teaching, we know that that is actually meaningless online, but it is something that you can do. It's not just about them doing the learning in advance of any other sessions. So for instance, you could have them learn from a website, from text, from a video, and then restrict access to a forum. Once they'd actually done the prior learning, then they come in and share with you their understanding. And a good way of doing that is the question and answer forum. So they cannot see what anyone else has summarized until they first give their own summary, for example. There are certain issues with that, but it works quite well. I'm a particular fan of the Each Person Posts One discussion forum, because in that, for instance, you can give each student ownership of a discussion thread. When I did this, I used to actually make them write their names as the title of their discussion, so they can start sharing what they know and others can reply, but it's nicely organized in your Moodle course, in your forum. And of course, if you want to use it as a whole process, what they've learned on their own, they can then share as a draft in a peer assessment workshop activity, as long as you are very precise in your rubric that you share with them to evaluate each other. And then based on that, they can then submit an assignment as a summative assessment. So there are many ways of using Moodle for flipped learning. And at the end of the slides, we hope that you're going to share with us some of the ways that you use. But I thought we'll maybe go on to the second of three now. Apologies if, well, no, not apologies, but if you watched our session yesterday on engaging learners, we did mention this a little bit because it is part of engaging them. But this again is another of those very popular trends that everyone seems to be doing or promoting. So I thought we would talk about gamification. Again, we'll examine the pros and the cons and then what you can use in Moodle if this is something that you want to try or feel that you can. So gamification, what is it? How would you define it? And what are the positives? Why would you use it or why not?
So in our forum discussion, we've had a few replies to this question, including a nice response from Tegan about what is gamification, applying elements of game playing to education in an attempt to engage users and make it fun. Reason for using it is can make it more entertaining and engage the student more in their learning. But if it isn't done well, it can be seen as patronizing and have the opposite effect.
Yeah, that's something very interesting that I want to explore in a minute, actually. Yes, and I like Tegan's definition, which is in line with one that I have. Is there anything else that any people have mentioned, and then we can move on?
Dag mentions Moodle, how we'd have gamification Moodle, such as activity completion.
Yeah.
Reason for using it is that the participant sees his or her personal progress and it gives an incentive to carry on. But he says a reason not to use it is you need to pay attention to the target group. He writes, older people like me are perhaps not so enthusiastic about it, but younger people certainly are.
That's a great comment, and actually we're going to look at that in a minute. And I'm an older person like Dag, and I kind of agree.
Me too.
Actually, as time goes by, I become a little bit more skeptical about gamification, but we are going to explore both sides. So let's do that. This is one of the kind of most popular definitions of gamification, the use of game elements and game design techniques in non-game contexts. And the key to me there is non-game. It's not about playing games. It's often misunderstood, but you can have games in a gamified course, but you don't have to. The important thing is that you get those elements, the competitive elements and others, from online gaming, which I never do, and I've never done, and I'm not interested in. Although I did enjoy the pub quiz last night, but that's actually just a pub quiz online. That's nothing to do with gamification. So that is enabled in order to engage your learners. So why use it? What are the benefits? To me, one big benefit is that it gets learners started early. If you give them things like badges, digital badges, at the start of the course for doing an activity, they think, oh, great, and they want to continue. You can stage badges. You can give certain rewards, points, badges, treasure throughout the course to keep them motivated, little steps. Some people enjoy a competitive element, and they like to see their progress, where they are in a leaderboard against others. For others who don't like that, gamification can still work because you can compete against yourself, which to me, that's worked very, very well. And I think, as Anna mentioned, there's this idea of control or power, which is a bit, it's not actually true, but as long as they think it is, that's important. It is supposed to be fun. But the thing that I would mention, and this picture here of our boy playing football here, he doesn't actually seem to be enjoying playing football. He's doing it because he has a trophy in mind, a cup in mind. So that is extrinsic motivation. And gamification is very much about extrinsic motivation. Now, we did ask you to think about why you would not use it. And to me, this motivation thing is very, very important, because there is one research there that you might like to read from 2015, where these researchers, they applied gamification in a course with a lot of students who were already intrinsically motivated. You look at our footballing boy there, he's not interested in getting a cup or a trophy. He's just playing football because he loves it. And for those who are already intrinsically motivated, having a badge for doing an assignment, which they were going to do anyway, is, as Tegan says, was it patronizing or annoying? For those who are prepared to work hard, being given a badge or some virtual chocolate in stash, which you can't even eat, simply for writing your name or posting in a forum, is very patronizing. There are also those who would say that this isn't really, gamification is fine at a certain shallow level, but can you use it at degree or postgraduate level? And Dag says, yes, it does depend on the age, although I don't think it's necessarily the age of a person more than the type of person, I think. But certainly the point that Dag makes is you've got to know your learners very, very well to know whether it would work with them or whether it would have negative effects with them. Now, we are going to explore, if you want to try gamification, some of the ways that you can do it. As has been mentioned, gamification very much depends on activity completion and restrict access settings. This is an advanced session, so I'm not going to explain them, but I did want to point out a useful new Moodle 3.9 feature, which is previous activity with completion. So if you have a lot of activities and you use restrict access in your course and you move them around or you delete them, previously you had to go into the settings, find the new activity and reset it. Now, with previous activity with completion in 3.9, that makes the flow a lot easier and it makes your setup a lot easier. Again, like flipped learning, gamification needs you, the teacher, to spend a lot of time setting it up. So you need to think, is it worth it? The other thing about activity completion is that people tend to think it's about activities being completed or quizzes being passed, but it doesn't have to be. You can actually set up gamified activities based on something not being complete or not being passed. Here is, and this is an example of an onboarding course in a corporate environment. I'm not even sure if I would do this for real, but this is an example to show you. This is about professional development, and the new employee is asked to choose whether she wants to explore the options for professional development in-house within the organization, internal, external professional development. That means going to a nice hotel and having a nice lunch and doing some professional development, or if she wants to explore them all. And when she clicks one of them to get more information, what happens is that the others have disappeared. And this whole setup is based on activities being completed or being left incomplete. The screenshot's not very clear and I'm not going to explain it, but it's just to point out that activity completion can sometimes mean activity incompletion when you're setting it up in Moodle. And of course, we've mentioned, and the first thing people say when they talk about gamification is badges. Badges are a standard feature in Moodle, and you don't only have to think of them in terms of within your Moodle. Many people like to have their badge, connect it with a backpack like Badger, and then share it with the wider world as qualification. People who do our Learn Moodle MOOC are very proud of their badges. We've had a lot of badges in our global MOOC. For instance, if you go and visit a sponsors course, which I have done. Also in our global MOOC, which has been gamified, it's a good example, is we have Stash, which is like when you've picked up those cups of coffee. Stash is a contributed plugin, and it allows you to pick up hidden bits of treasure, like the virtual chocolates, which you see, you can't eat them, but for some people, they do motivate them. There's been a lot of talk in the forums on our global MOOC site about people getting the cups of coffee Stash. And of course, again, the idea of getting experience points or just points to see your progress, that's another contributed module, which is called Level Up. That comes as part of Moodle for School. And that also allows the competitive element. So one thing that people like, if they do like it, and again, if you read the research, there are certain types of people who like the competitive element and who love leaderboards and others who don't. We have an activity results block, which allows you to put up a leaderboard of certain activities. And if you use the Level Up, which was the experience points, that also comes with one, and you can see where you are in relation to others. There's also, I like, and it's not here, but I like the completion progress block, which goes green and green and green as you complete activities. And that's really good for competing against yourself. I had experience of this in a course learning Russian, actually, and I was skeptical, but it worked really well. Okay, so if you have gamification thoughts to do with Moodle, let us know in the forums and we'll discuss them in a moment. I just wanted to move on to our third teaching trend or learning trend or buzzword, educational idea, whatever you want to call it. Then we'll put all three together and see what you have come up with. Now, to be honest, I got stuck when I was preparing this. I got a bit stuck here because I thought, right, okay, I've got flipped learning, I've got gamification, and then I looked at all of the list and I thought, I don't know which one to do next. So I consulted my daughter, who is a teacher. She's a history teacher. She's head of history in a high school in South London, that really cool South London where all the cool teachers hang out. There's a cool South London teacher in the image there. And I explained that I was doing a session for Moodle, and it was about teaching trends. I'd got gamification, I'd got flipped learning. What's the next one that I should do? I said, what are all the really cool teachers in South London doing? She's been using Moodle over the last few months, as have many of them, for her learning. What are you doing? You know, what is the educational buzzword at the moment? And she said, that's easy. Right, so the third one that you should do is direct instruction. And I said, what? Direct instruction? Never having heard of it. Don't you mean, isn't that just like teaching? Isn't that just King Henry of the old Germany? Isn't that him lecturing, passing on his knowledge to his students? And she said, no, not really. Some people like to call it explicit instruction. And then she explained to me what this is. And in actual fact, and this is one of the big things, buzzwords at the moment, it's if you like, a counterattack. It's a reaction against collaborative learning, group learning, social constructionism, constructing. It's the opposite of learners constructing, being constructive together. In fact, one researcher, Kirchner, actually calls it instructivism, really. And it is the idea that, yes, of course, it's great when learners can collaborate and build their learning together, but they cannot actually do that until we've actually taught them something. And we have to take a step back and realize that many of our learners are novices and that they need us to guide them. They like templates, scaffolds, and so on. Then when they've got that basic foundation, then we can start engaging them in group learning and collaborative learning, project-based learning, and so on. And I thought, well, that's a very good point, actually. And then she mentioned Rosenshine's principles of instruction, which are very old, but when she showed me, and I've summarized them here, so this is just my summary, I read through them. So they suggest that you review previous learning, see what level you're at. You present new material in small steps. You need questioning, checking, questioning, checking. You need to guide them, give them examples, check. And you need to offer them opportunities where they feel, I didn't realize this was so controversially new buzzword, because this is actually what many of us have been doing for years anyway. So I thought, well, okay, why not explore how you can do this in Moodle? Because to me, this seems very, very sensible. So we'll have a look at this. And then at the end, please feel free to give me your opinions and your counter arguments. So review previous learning. One way that, of course, you can do this online is with quizzes, a prior knowledge quiz. What we do in the MEC, the Moodle Educator Certification, when participants or candidates start each of the courses, is we get them to take a self-assessment check-in. That's a quiz. And this is simply for us and them to gauge what the level of experience is in that particular area of education in Moodle. And these prior knowledge quizzes don't have to be graded. They don't have to form part of the course completion. They can be very formative, but it's a useful thing to do. You can even have them repeat it at the end of your course or your module, so they can see where they've got, if they've improved. So that's one way of doing it in a more detail. If you just want a short, sharp effort, you can do a choice. We do this in a very simple way in our Learn Moodle MOOC, where we ask people at the very beginning what their previous knowledge of Moodle is. Complete beginner, used it a little bit, I'm an expert Moodler. And also it's worth remembering that although you might think of the feedback activity as something you do at the end of a course to find out what your learners think of your course to improve it the next time, feedback can be used in a way where you ask them questions about their understandings of your topic already at the beginning of the course. So that's one way. So you need to gauge their level, and of course you need then to adapt what you're going to offer them based on that level if you can. But for however you introduce your new learning, then you need to do it in small steps. And this idea of presenting new material in small steps actually ties in with other of these buzzwords. It ties in with bite-sized learning, just-in-time learning, and something that's a word very popular in elementary schools, chunking. You chunk your learning. Chunking, for instance, videos. Of course, videos can be used very well. I think they should be really short videos. I do hope that the idea of transferring hour-long lessons or lectures that we do in face-to-face, putting them straight onto Moodle. I hope that's not going to be damaged, the idea of not doing it. I hope that's not going to be damaged by people who've moved online in the last 3 or 4 months and think that's how you have to teach online. You need to break them up into smaller portions. You can easily embed video into Moodle. It works really well. Sometimes you just paste the link. You don't need any knowledge of coding, but they display well in books and pages. However, you need to make sure that you've also got a text alternative and a transcript. But what's nice too is that if you do it this way, you can also add some questions to check their knowledge, because remember, you need to present your new material in small steps. Then you need to question, check. H5P works brilliantly for this because you can embed H5P questions into books and pages wherever there's the auto editor. So there's a quick check. When you embed them, they don't enter the gradebook, but that's actually better because this is part of the learning and this isn't part of the summative assessment. If you need them to go in the gradebook, or if you need questions to go in the gradebook, you can use a separate quiz. You can also use H5P, as in Moodle 3.9, activities in H5P now will go into the gradebook. And you can use Moodle's lesson, as we mentioned previously. Lesson is good for chunking because you can put a little bit of information, then you can add questions and you can direct them into different areas depending on whether they got the question right or wrong because they understood it or they didn't understand it. H5P does this as well. It has a similar kind of scenario activity that allows you to branch off. And with H5P, it can also be a lot more attractive than lesson. And then, of course, you need to give them templates. You need to scaffold. That's another word that is used, giving them guidance and practice. What you see there is actually a rubric in an assignment. That's not a traditional template or scaffold, but if you give them very detailed rubrics, which you provide to them, we've found, as we've been running the Moodle Educator Certification, for example, that if you're using rubrics in Moodle assignments, it's actually better also, or a good idea, to provide them with a PDF version that they can download, as well as the one that you can allow them, if you want them, to see as they're doing the assignment. And the rubric then helps them to kind of tailor the assignment, whether that's an essay or something that they've created, to what is required to get the different grades. So that is giving them some guidance. You can also give them examples of good answers to essays. As I used to teach languages and I used to spend my summer holidays writing example essays for French and German at the top level, the middle level, and then writing ones that failed, which was actually really hard to make the correct number of errors. But what you can do is you can add these in a book. In our Moodle Educator Certification course, we are starting including examples of the highest level of assessed tasks so that our facilitators, our Moodle partner facilitators, can see what their students, their candidates should be aiming for. And so that gives them a very good example. It's modeling. Depending on the kinds of submissions you want, it's not always written essays, is it? It could be other kinds of files. You can use a database or even a glossary for sharing these models. And of course, although I didn't mention it, the idea that you need to give them a chance to succeed, they need to see success, there's no reason why you can't incorporate a few gamification activities to chivvy them along and to make them feel encouraged, and to give them quizzes or formative quizzes where they're meant to get full marks. So quizzes where they're meant to know the answers and get full marks and feel that they are making progress. Now, I've actually talked a long time about that because I wanted to cover all three: flipped learning, gamification, and explicit direct instruction, or if you like to call it like I do, common sense. So I'm going to stop, and we've got about 10 minutes or so. Let's see what thoughts people have had.
Thanks, Mary. Yeah, we've had lots of responses in the forum. Thank you very much. Remember, you can keep adding posts, and also if you have any questions, feel free to post them as well. And if we don't have time to answer them now, then we'll try and answer them afterwards. Or other people can answer them, I noticed.
Yeah, that's great. You see, that's collaborative learning, isn't it?
Just to mention a recent post by Sam saying, I love the explanation of explicit instruction. It seems to be confirming that good teachers understand that knowledge precedes learning, which adds a new level of understanding. Too often, SMEs develop training materials without understanding pedagogy or teaching practices. It's a bit like the PowerPoint problem. Give a person an application which superficially is easy to use, but it doesn't make them a better presenter. I find that most of my time is not teaching subject matter experts how to use the technology, but teaching them good teaching practices.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. What I'll do, I'll try to remember to do this afternoon, is I will put the references I've given in these slides into the forum post so you can read them, because the explicit instruction came from a podcast that I listened to, which is rare for me, because I make all these videos. I don't actually watch videos or listen to podcasts. I prefer text. But this was very interesting because it was the person who is one of the main promoters of explicit instruction explaining it exactly and very clearly. So I'll put that link in there as well for you. And I do agree with the point that, yeah, people think all this technology is great, and it is, but it's only as great as the teacher who uses it. What's that expression? A tool is only as good as how you use it, or something like that. Yeah. Okay, any others, Helen?
Nina comments saying, yes, I can see direct instruction all over the place. I didn't realize it had a name. But we can see them on YouTube and all the subscription masterclasses where the great and good share their skills.
Indeed, that's right. Yeah, I agree. It is, it's one way of thinking about it. I think the important thing to take from this is that it's not only a question of teaching with a flipped learning approach or teaching with the direct instruction approach. That wouldn't do all the time. Or teaching gamification. You have to mix and match and use different approaches as you go along and in different circumstances. And sometimes I recall, certainly face-to-face, you might start teaching with one approach and then realize you've got to change it significantly, which has been the case of these teachers who've had to pivot online, that's the phrase, using Moodle over the last few months, I think. For instance, this explicit direct instruction only works to a degree. There comes a point when you have to let go of standing in front of your digital big blue button screen or your classroom and get your learners to work together and try to explain things to each other. So it's all about a balance. Okay, so any others? I think we've 5 more minutes or so, yes?
We've got a lot more comments about flipped learning.
Okay, cool.
Ulrika says, flipped learning is, for example, letting students acquire theoretical knowledge at home and then using it in practical tasks in class, monitored and assisted by the teacher. Karin explains that flipped learning is about getting the sage off the stage and creating space for closer interaction between students and the instructor, or student, and instructor.
Yeah, I've seen Nina, I just spotted Nina. It's a very good point, actually, quite unfortunate, Nina says, one of the failings I've seen in applying the flipped learning approach in professional education is trainers providing pre-course reading with no scaffolding and then repeating the material as a lecture in a webinar class. That's kind of missing the point completely, isn't it? So thanks for sharing that, Nina. Yes.
Sam just comments, Mary says, or what I call common sense, but it seems that sense is not common.
Okay, all right. Aurélie is saying that she liked the essay question example. That's where you use a quiz, but instead of having multiple choice questions, you use the essay because that allows you to give a template. And she points out H5P, which of course we should all be exploring more now that it's standard in Moodle 3.9, that the documentation tool can be used for that too. Give headings / questions to frame the format, and then the learner can output a structured document from, and it's good scaffolding, yes.
Another comment about direct instruction from Angus. He says, I'm happy to hear about direct instruction. As a student at times online, I felt that my peers had been as clueless as myself and the activity a waste of time, especially as an adult when my time is short.
Yeah, I agree. That's a very good point. Again, you do need to have a balance because we do not want to go back to the time of King Henry of Germany, you know, lecturing for hours and hours. But I felt this because I used to teach languages, and when my colleagues teaching history and geography and so on were getting their students to work in groups and design things, I was thinking, you know, how can you teach the past tense in groups? You've got to give them some models and scaffolding and so on. So that's a very good point. I just wanted to go, this is still connected, but I thought it was a nice, quick little question that we could think about. Perhaps people could afterwards post in the forum. Heath just asked, what does everyone use as badge images? And it's very important that if you do use badge images, you don't rip them off Google without any consideration for copyright. So I think it's nice to, if you have the skills, or as we do, if you have a graphic team with the skills, to use ones that you own or that are made by you. But also there are various sites out there which allow you to get open source or public domain graphics. So if you have any ideas, do please post them in the forum afterwards. Good places to source badges.
A couple more comments on gamification from Nina saying, I think you can keep gamification quite simple and just small elements can make a difference.
That's true, that's true. And sometimes, as I said, if you are a teacher and you gamify your course and you spend hours and hours and hours, or if you do the same with flipped learning, and that's been shown in research that sometimes it just has the opposite effect. You've made it so complex that it's turned your students off. Sometimes just one single badge might do the trick. And indeed, sometimes, what is the expression? Less is more. Sometimes it's better to keep things simple.
And David picks up on Dag's comment about younger people liking gamification. And David says, again, not everyone. I think it's specific to each one's learning style and preferences. So it's like you're saying, Mary, about really knowing your students.
That's right. Yes, that's right. And I've experienced that myself as I've tried various apps and sites for learning Russian, for instance. There are some that market themselves as really cool with lots of gamified activities, and lots of people are promoting them and genuinely enjoying them. And I've just installed them, tried them for about 10 minutes and turned them off because I find them extremely annoying. So it is, and it's not an age thing. It's your own personality, really. And there's also an element of whether you're a self-regulated learner, whether you can learn independently, or whether you want to learn something but you're not that motivated and you need to be pushed, I think. So yeah. So maybe if there's a couple more, otherwise we can start winding up.
I think I've managed to cover most. Apologies if I missed anything, but I think I've got everything there.
Well, in that case, can I encourage you, please, to continue posting in the forum, and I will try and post those references and the podcast I mentioned. And then thank you very much, all of you, for joining in our session.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing your comments and your ideas, and please do keep them coming.
Thank you, ladies. What an interactive session that one was. Chocker full of information. So thank you, Helen and Mary. That was great. So we've got the big closing coming up in about 10, 12 minutes from now. We'll be having the great Moodle guru himself, Martin Dugiamas, coming on, and a bunch of other people from Moodle HQ. So that's going to be exciting. So we'll let you ladies go and get yourselves a quick little break after all of that, and we'll see you back in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, everybody.
presentation lacks energy, time passes by very slowly. Keen to captivate your audience? Rather than compete with smartphones, WooClap turns them into an exceptional learning tool. Participation has never been this quick and easy. Your audience can answer by text message or via internet on any connected device. WooClap offers a wide range of features that make participation easy and bring your content to life. View, interpret and comment on the results in real time. You can create find-on-image questions, multiple choice questions, word cloud, and many others. WooClap is also an interactive platform that establishes a real dialogue with your participants. And all this happens in real time. If you want to make your presentations fun and effective, then sign up to wooclap.com free of charge today.
Hi, I'm Fred Dixon. I'm the product manager for Big Blue Button, the open source web conferencing system for online learning. Welcome to the Moodle Mood. You will be using Big Blue Button for some of the sessions, which makes us very happy. What is different about Big Blue Button than maybe any other web conferencing system you've used? It's because we focus on one market, which is online learning. And you can see if you look at the downloads of the Big Blue Button BN plugin, which I think is about 16,000 sites now are using it. We're the third most popular plugin on Moodle.org. And we have pretty much all the capabilities you're looking for in a standard web conferencing system. Real-time sharing of audio, video, slides, chat, breakout rooms, polling, shared notes. But our focus has always been on online learning. So if you check out the Big Blue Button BN plugin, you'll see it's very deeply integrated with Moodle. If you try Big Blue Button out, you'll see there's lots of ways for the instructor to engage. And I also have the hat of the CEO of Blindside Networks. If you ever do hosting through Blindside Networks, we can offer you some analytics as well in terms of what students did during the session. And those would be visible to the instructor as well. So do try out Big Blue Button. Because of COVID-19, we've just seen an explosion of interest of it around the world, some very large-scale deployments, and it just makes us very happy to see our product helping teachers engage remote students in a high-quality online learning experience. Have a good mood.
Open education technology like Moodle means that schools...
The pandemic has forced online learning into the spotlight. At its peak, there were 1.6 billion learners affected.
Users of the Moodle platform almost doubled during this time.
Many educators who were new to education jumped into video conferencing, but they're now realising they need solutions to manage the full learning process.
The Moodle community has been doing this for 20 years already.
2/3 of the world's universities use Moodle, as well as countless schools and businesses.
Even better, we do it with open education technology.
Open education technology like Moodle means that schools really can own their own platforms and customise them exactly to suit how they want to do things.
We can show the world what we know and really help empower educators to improve their education.
A Moodle Moot is a chance for the community to come together, to share best practice, to discuss these issues and to work together to change and improve the world.
Okay, well, welcome back, viewers. And sadly, this is the closing session of the 2020 Global Online Moodle Moot. So once again, as a last minute, I'd like to make a big shout out to Diego Maradona Fabra and the whole of the Moodle Moot team for putting on such an amazing experience over the last 5 days. We're just looking down the corridors right now, trying to find the great Moodle guru himself. He's about to come on stage. So if I could get you all to put your head together for the closing session with Martin Dougiamas, the founder and chief at Moodle HQ, as he recaps on the community achievement this week. And we'll look at the next few months and how you can help make Moodle 4.0 something fantastic. So Martin, if you're out there, come on down.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for the welcome. And hello, everybody. What a week, huh? What a week. I just thought we'd do a bit of a recap here. But I am absolutely floored by how well this week has gone. And that's an Australian expression, which means flat on the floor. And really, it's a good thing. Look, this has been a really interesting time to be having this conference, Moodle in 2020, in this world where everything seems to be hitting us in waves one after the other. We started with huge bushfires here in Australia and, a lot of climate change concern. And then, a pandemic, which has led to economic issues and education issues and so much stuff going on. And that's putting pressure on our field. And all of us have had to step up and do more, even if we were already teaching online. And lots of us are just coming online. And so those of us who've been here for a while, it's our responsibility to help those around us and help the world. So I think it's been really clear from the week that our community has so much expertise, has been doing so much hard work in recent times and for many years in this area. And we have a lot to offer and a lot to help. And I just really want to say, particularly just thank you in general to everyone who took the time to really come here, help others learn from your work and from your experience. That's just an amazing thing. So I'm just, a round of applause for everybody. I want everyone to really, realize that you're really part of something important that's actually helping the world here. This Moodle Moot was an example of us having to really step up here and take the opportunity, take the challenge of not being able to hold a physical conference as an opportunity to really try and improve how an online conference functions. And we jumped in with both feet, and we have now the biggest Moodle Moot ever. We have 1,300 participants, 250 sessions, 88 countries represented, which is a huge number of countries. 409 people were in the networking cafe and were actively networking and meeting each other to different degrees, but there's some stat here, it's over 6,000 hours of active networking in that room, which is tremendous. And even if a lot of it was just human relationship building and taking time out from sessions to just spend some time online rather than be actively working, I love that it's happening. It's important for us to be talking and working together. Together we are a very large organization, and I'm always saying this to Moodle HQ that we have the company, the Moodle company at the core here, but we are just the organizing body for the community and to help everybody collaborate. And this really shows it. The people who are here in this conference are the core team of Moodle, if you like. Not if you like, it is, and that's how I think about it, and how I want us all to think about it. This site that we've built, it's version 2. We had a very quick version 1 we made for Moodle Moot India earlier this year. Version 2 really rolled up my own sleeves. I got stuck in. I had a huge team of people around helping with things and helping to build it out. A lot of discussion, a lot of redoing things and trying stuff. But I feel where we got to was a really solid step forward on an events level 2. No, please. Oh, okay. Can you still hear me okay? Hopefully. Okay, anyway, so where we are now is we have a platform that's been really working well here. I think it's gone very well. We already have a lot of plans building up for the next version. So, events version 3, and I'm treating this as a new product that we have, as we really want to make the process of moving around between programs and conversations and presentations have a better user experience, less clicks, more and more easy to work. What I opened up some feedback page where I've been collecting some stuff during the conference, and I'll show that in a minute. I would love if everybody could take time to do the final survey when it comes. It's going to be emailed out to everybody. Please really think about it and give us good feedback, and we're going to take it all on board and really try and make this into an amazing platform. We would love it to be a platform that any of you can use for your own events. It will be a generic platform where if you were holding an event here, you could operate it all through the website, through a page, adding the speakers, setting up registration, and it would be a fully functional conference that you could run here. So be our venue online, if you like. And so that's the future of what we're planning here. Let's look at a little bit of the feedback that came through on the, I set up a collaborative web page over in the networking area. And so this is exactly just a screenshot, so you can see all the different edits and people adding things. So people really love the gamification. I think we should really extend that and make the gamification all through the site. A lot of good comments about the networking cafe, good support in the speakers room. That's great. These are all the things that worked, right? These are the positive things. The videos are good. The social aspect has been good. Lots of great speakers sharing a lot of good info. People like the treasure hunts, and more. You can read all this yourself over on the networking cafe. But that's great positive feedback there. Some feedback on things that didn't work quite so well and things we can improve. So the separation between the BB session and the video streaming, I know, caused people a little bit of concern. A lot of people wanted to be in the BB session, having a more traditional video conferencing feeling, and I wanted to as well. But Diego made a very good point about the quality of the final recording is not usually as good when you have a lot of people interacting. And so the initial idea was to produce these kind of television channel streams. And the main reason for the TV feel was to get this sort of quality of the content up, and particularly because most people are going to be engaging with the presentations afterwards. Not during the session. Most people will be looking at it, it could be half an hour later, or it could be days or months later, because it's so convenient to be able to pause, to scrub backwards and forwards, or skip through a presentation to get the good bits, or, to jump around and have all that flexibility. We're all in different time zones and we have busy lives. So that split was done for that reason. But I can see that there was a little bit of confusion sometimes about where we were and how it was working. So there's things we can improve there. There were things mentioned here that we actually fixed during the week. So we put recording links in the program. We did some reformatting of pages, and we're working on it the whole week, and it's got better and better every day. I know people are missing personal connections, and my thought on that is, me too, of course. Last year I traveled 12 times around the globe, mostly going to conferences, and it's fun to travel. It's also expensive. It's not good for the planet. And do we really have to ship this body halfway around the globe to have a 10-minute conversation with a particular person? It makes sense sometimes, but probably not in the future. Looking at how we're situated as a planet, probably we should be working on making this experience higher and higher bandwidth. We should be making this experience get closer and closer to a physical event, and have all the advantages. But some very great feedback here and things we can work on to improve. And there's also some suggestions here. People had some wishes for future moots, and there's some good ideas here for making things even better and better. And I encourage you to keep adding these and in all the different feedback we have. So thanks. The Moodle Moot recordings, so mentioning those, there's been a couple of technical hitches that have not actually been from our side. It's actually YouTube. When it's streaming live, you can jump back a couple of hours quite immediately. But when the stream finishes, YouTube starts this big processing. And on an 8 or 9 hour long video, that can take some while, even apparently days. Now, we're not quite sure what's going on because it seems to, the way YouTube servers are all around the world, as you can imagine, and it seems to be different for different people, but they are apparently sorting themselves out. We have backup recordings of everything. So anything that doesn't work out on the live stream, we'll be uploading manually and fixing all recordings as soon as we possibly can. So that's all in hand. The earlier days all seem to be working out quite well. Wednesday had a bit of an extra issue, I think. We'll have the recordings available here in the site for a month. You're free to come and hang out in this venue for a month. Look, it's totally fine if you want to share something with a colleague or internally. We just ask you don't go publishing links all around the web just yet. We did post a couple for this session, for the Friday sessions, that is, ourselves. So Friday probably is fine, definitely. But the other days, if you could not right now, but we will be publishing them all later on for everybody to benefit as well. Let's get on to the future. So, we've had a great week looking at Moodle in depth in many, many ways and many aspects. And I've seen so many good great presentations, and there's still so many I'm planning to watch about ways to improve Moodle. And a lot of you are improving Moodle yourselves. And we want to make the core Moodle experience benefit from those so that, you can get on with making it even better on top of that. The first thing I want to say is that all the things you're doing are helping towards Moodle 4. Our core team, to support them and make the whole project sustainable, the things you are helping with in the community are very important to keep us able to work on Moodle 4.0. So, all of you building and supporting your own sites helps. All of you making and supporting plugins for the plugins database really helps. There's one topic around that we didn't talk about this week, which is the Moodle plugin service. I did plan to have a session on that, but it's big enough, I think, that we can have a separate mini conference about that in the next few weeks. I'd love to talk with developers in detail about building this thing. And that Moodle plugin service is about a way to get plugins directly into any Moodle site without installing code. So that will be quite an exciting thing, and hopefully we can get that together for Moodle 4 as well. To everyone who's joining in on development discussions on Tracker and forums already, that's very helpful to keep discussions going and keep us working. Help people who are helping in the forums and everywhere else. Joining the Moodle Users Association, and you've seen multiple presentations from the MUA during the week. They're a really important organisation that helps fund, well, firstly helps collect ideas together and then funds the development of them. And they it's been great seeing how the MUA has taken on a life of its own, and it's an important part of the Moodle community. Buying one of our premium apps, if it's not a stretch, would really help. You do get things for it, and the premium apps and the branded apps will keep improving rapidly. But if your organisation is able to take on one of those, that's a good contribution to the sustainability. Yeah, use Moodle Workplace if it makes sense for you. We're not forcing anyone, but if that does make sense for you, look into it. Use our Moodle partners for services. It's been so great having so many of them around this week, but there are so many good partners of ours who are committed to the Moodle project and supporting the whole ecosystem that makes this work. Use our certified integrations as well. Those partners of ours are also contributing towards Moodle development. If you're running Moodle events, thank you. Just coming to Moodle events, thank you. And really importantly, I know a lot of you are fighting the good fight for Moodle, and open edtech in general, with governments, with admins everywhere. It is something we do need to keep advocating, and we do need to keep pushing. I hope you feel energized after this week, that it makes sense to do that, and to keep doing it. And we're all doing our best here to help education be based on more open software, which I think is so important for education as a human right. Everything else you're doing, I really appreciate everyone who's here. So many good friends amongst you all. So let's talk a little bit about the UX focus. Now, this afternoon, we did have a plan, a couple of weeks ago, to have literally a huge UX workshop at this time. Now, I know it's quite late for some of us, and also we're all exhausted after 5 days. On top of that, Candice Demo, who's our UX lead, got quite ill. She's fine, she'll be fine, but she is not in a condition this week to be running a UX workshop. And so with all of those factors, we decided to not have it. I think you're probably breathing a sigh of relief. It's okay. I'm sure in 2 or 3 hours we couldn't have done as much work as that much work on it anyway. So let me talk to you about what the major directions are and other ways you can get involved. So there's 2 big things in the UX release, as I said on Monday. We really want to identify all of the smaller UX issues that we know about. And these are just, one page, one button, one piece of Moodle that very clearly is broken. A favorite one of mine is the course management screen. It's every time I see it, I just, something comes up in my throat just a little bit when I look at it, and I just want us to fix that bit, So there's all these little areas of focus that we need to look at, and we need to focus on them and actually put the time into developing those things. And it's going to take an effort from a lot of us. You can't, not just Moodle HQ, it's got to be everybody to get that done. And then there's the big things. And the big things are more, holistic. The whole navigation, those cog menus that no one's a big fan of, which were always only a kind of a interim step towards a better navigation. Because if you recall, we were migrating from all of that stuff being in the admin menu, the admin block. So there are plans around, a lot of UX work has been done on it. Those will be shared and discussed, and we need to work on like navigation, workflow. How do we reduce clicks to do common tasks? And those sort of task workflows we really have to dig into. So there's a lot of work there too. So to get involved, I know a lot of you have done work on these things already, and a lot of it's been shown this week too. We're trying to bring it together through a series of workshops, UX workshops. If you go to moodle.org UX, you will find a page there run by the UX team, and there are buttons where you can sign up for workshops with different roles. They aren't all full, Tim, looking at a message there. They were all full, but there are new buttons to sign up for the new future ones. And they were just put there like in the last half hour. So you can now go and sign up to those. And we would love your involvement. We've been running some of them internally in HQ, and the experience is really good. Gives you a chance to really, get that stuff out of your head and put it in there so we can work through the process. In the next few months, as we run these workshops, also there's going to be, we're going to work out, we need to have a focus workshop on this or on that. We will keep in touch through moodle.org news about any opportunities for extra things, and also in the UX course you'll see stuff as well, because once you've signed up that you're interested, we'll keep contacting you. And just, stay involved. Once we start working on stuff, there'll be tracker issues, there'll be prototypes, stay involved. Ultimately, when we all get Moodle 4.0, I hope we all feel wow. I want us all to have that wow feeling. I want us to go click, click, click. Oh, wow, that is so much better. Like, that's the feeling we're all looking for. And we're going to do everything we can to get that feeling for everybody. All right. Time to say thank you. Thank you for everyone who's been involved in building this conference. Here are a lot of the names. Special thanks especially to Diego. And I would love all these people to share their screens right now, because anyone who's in the room right now, turn your webcam on and let's get them all showing. Diego, as a global events manager, thank you, man. This has been a big learning curve for you. You're one of the best event managers I know, running these physical events last year for us, the Global Moot. And you've had to learn a lot about and change how things happen for online conferences. But I really feel we've all pulled this off together, and we've had a great week. Anastasia, so much work in the back end there as part of the events team. Edouard and Mark as well, but particularly Edouard on all the servers and this constant sysadmin and back end fixing. And, these servers we're running on, there's a cluster of things going on, and everything scales and it's run very smoothly. The video team, we've had Alejandro and Adria and Victor, who've been quietly manning. Hi, Victor. Say hi if you want.
Hello. I'm trying to connect my phone to share the camera, but I can't.
No worries. Thanks, Victor. But thank you, guys. You've been quietly in the background making those streams work and keeping everything so smooth and pushing it out. The app. We had to rush out the app at late last week. Thanks, guys, for putting that together and getting that posted on the app stores. The performance of the app had a little trouble at first, but it's been improving during the week, and there's a lot of hard work in the background going on there. Adrian, thanks for jumping in with the gamification using the Stash plugin. Hopefully now you've seen it used by so many people. We'll have an even better and better Stash for the future, and maybe we could really spread that around the whole site. Pal and Sarah, thank you for the treasure hunt. That was a lot of fun. Lovely to use Moodle for that. We had a great time. And thanks to everyone who did all the chairing. And, you know, it's been so cool to see everybody kind of a bit out of their normal comfort zone, being suddenly put in the position of being a chair. And hopefully that was fun for everybody too. But there's some real professional TV presenters amongst us, I have to say. So, you know, there's always improvements for the next time. Oh, I also want to say thanks to I haven't put on here all the chairs in the language days. We had the Chinese sessions on Monday. Hopefully everyone got to jump in there and experience Moodle in Chinese. But there were a lot of people helping make that run. The French and Dutch rooms as well. Same on Tuesday, and Wednesday the German sessions, and Thursday the Spanish sessions. Very important for us to have those, and I hope in future we'll have even more language sessions because it is a very global chat there and say goodbye, maybe grab a coffee on the way in. And thank you for coming to the Moot. Thank you for being part of Moodle. And, you know, just thank you for all being good humans. You know, you're so much good fun to hang out with. And that's what I really love about the Moodle community. So thank you for the great Moodle Moot. See everybody. Bye.